everybody, Reefgrrl here, and welcome to Reefgrrl Live. I'm so glad you could make it. The whole idea here is to have some fun, chat, ask a few questions, maybe show us what you're doing, and get to know each other a little bit better. So sit back, relax, grab a drink. The stream is about to begin. Hi, everybody. Nice to see you again. Saturday night, we're back. And I do have pictures of my tank. I'll show you those a little bit later. First of all, I want to say hi to everybody that's in here. Hey, Tony Close, UK Reef, you were first. And it's late for you, 1 a.m. And Filipino Reefer, hey, Benny, nice to see you. And we've got Taran in the waiting room over here. So I'm going to bring her in. And yeah, we will get started by seeing what's new with Taran. I want to save my tank pictures for a little while to get a few more people in here. It usually jumps up a bit after the first few minutes. So here we go. Hello, Taran's little ocean. Oh, she's muted. She probably went to grab a drink. Yeah, Taran lives in the country and sometimes has a little bit sketchy internet. It's all been going on over here this week. We've got grass now where we had dirt before. We got trees planted on Monday, so that's done. We still don't have the cement we're supposed to have at the back for our patio, but you know, the trees are done. So that was our main thing that we were worried about. Oh, a couple more people. Hey, Multiple Aquariums. Nice to see you. And hi, Waterhouse Jason. And hey, Phil, Reef Keeper. Glad you could make it, Phil. That's awesome. So it's got real hot here all of a sudden in the last day or so, and humid. So I guess we're heading for that season again. Tank-wise, I'm picking up fish tomorrow. And I told you guys last week that I was getting some fish, and somebody guessed what one of them was. So I will get those things tomorrow, get them in, get them working on eating some of the algae that I have going on. And hopefully we'll be able to get some control of that before the big tank arrives. Oh, there's Taran. She's back. Hey, Taran. I don't know if you can hear me. We usually have a bit of a delay.
Hey, Sandy. Sorry, I was having an issue with my internet.
Oh, that's okay.
You.
Okay, super. Oh, hey, Marcus Aerolis 187. Glad you could make it. So have you got something new to show us here, Taran? More new clowns or an update?
I just thought I would show my bio because I have a couple since I've shown it. Is my mic delayed or can you hear me?
It was cutting in and out and kind of going robotic, but we can hear you, what you just said, really well. You look like you're frozen at the moment. I'm not seeing any coral movement. Oh, I heard something. It's so hard with internet that won't let you do what you need to do. When I was living at my daughter's place, that's the problem we had with the rural internet. That's why I couldn't do the streams from there, because it's the uploading that's a problem, because it has to upload, then get broadcast by the streaming company. And that was where the issue was. Phil, fish, woohoo, trying to round up some muscle to bring my tank in. Everyone is avoiding me, LOL, might have to hire movers. Yeah, that's the thing I have. Here, let me show you. I'll give you a teaser. I'll show you one picture while we're waiting for Taran to see if she unfreezes. This is a picture of the whole thing. Oh, she went away. I'll watch for her to come back. This is the picture of the tank. There are two others. This is the best one. And it really kind of gives you an idea what the size of this thing is. There she is. It's a big one. So yeah, I'm thinking these pictures were taken a little while ago. And this picture is of the back of the tank, the back panel, and you can see there are cutouts there for the weirs, like for the teeth. And yeah, it's pretty cool. I thought I ordered 3 weirs and 2 return panels, but it could turn into that by the time it's done, once the acrylic insert is in there. So it's something. I'm so glad. And you can see from the pictures, and it's kind of giving me a hint of what's to come. It's hard to get the whole thing in one shot. So it's going to be interesting making videos of it, trying to find a perspective or an angle where I can actually get the whole tank. And I might have to do the same and try and get it from a higher angle above the tank, because and just try to get back far. I don't know. I guess I'll find out, right? How big is it? Marcus Aerolis. Sorry, Cindy, my rural internet. I know. It's a pain, isn't it? And I think a lot of people, this time of night, people are busy on the internet, and I don't think that helps either. How big is it? Marcus Aerolis. It is 60 inches wide by 66 inches from front to back. And that's not including the overflow, which is external, and it's another 6 inches. So 72 inches front to back altogether, but the last little bit is the overflow. The display area itself is 66 front to back, and it's 21 inches deep. It calculates to 360 gallons, but there won't be 360 in it because of displacement. Plus, just because it's 21 inches deep doesn't mean you have 21 inches of water. I've asked for the weir teeth to finish at around 19 and a half. So that calculates to somewhere around 327, call it 330, by the time you take into account displacement for rocks and sand. So we'll see. Love the tank already. Oh, thanks, Benny. So excited to see this. Looks awesome. Yeah, I hope so. It's a whole new set of challenges, but I was saying to my husband earlier, it's like having 3 5-foot tanks because of having the 3 separate viewing panels. So I can set it up for each one to look like its own little display, and then have something interesting going on in the middle. So I'm looking forward to it, just to try and see. Marcus Aerolis, yeah, somewhere around 330. Oh dear. First moving company won't assume any liability. Not going to pay big bucks. Yeah, no kidding. I have not yet arranged the moving. I know of a mover, but he's over a 2-hour drive from where I live, and it's going to cost me a lot of money just in travel. So I know I can get him to do it. I don't have a deadline. So once the tank is here, I'm going to arrange to have it. I'm going to have it put in the garage, and then I'm going to arrange to have it brought into the house whenever that can be arranged. And so I as much as I want that tank here, and in place and ready to go, I'm not going to rush it. So there's a moving company that's been recommended by the LFS, and then there's another company that's more local, an actual aquarium business, and they do large installs. So I'm going to contact them just to get a quote and see how much it would cost to have them do it. And they also have part of what their business is involves reef restoration, and they have a charity. So I think it's in the Cayman Islands. So I'm hoping if their price is somewhat reasonable, instead of paying mileage to the guy that's going to drive 2 hours one way, I'm going to give them a donation for their reef restoration project. So I'm hoping he can do it. I know that he's done large tank installs, and they do maintenance and stuff like that. So we'll see, but I haven't called him yet because I don't have a date. I don't even have a ballpark date. I would have said ballpark May, and now we're into June, and I just got pictures. So yeah, I have no idea. And yeah, I agree with you, Phil, about liability, because man, oh man, it's just too much risk. Ooh-wee, nice tank, one of a kind. Don't see that shape often. Excited for you. Oh, thanks, Phil. Yeah, I tried to get the biggest I could get into this room and still be able to work around it without having to squeeze myself into really small spaces, because I hate that. I had that with the 90-gallon, one whole end of the tank. I couldn't even get my head around to look into it. And it was really hard to put the rocks in there because I had to get both my arms in and there was no space and all of that. So I decided to make sure I had at least 2 feet on each side of the tank. And as it happens, behind me is the extra little bit of space that I needed. And so that's why it's 5 feet wide. I was going to go 6 feet wide, but you know, that extra 6 inches on either side that you lose, it just made it feel really, really tight for moving around. And like I said earlier, video. I do want to be able to get good video of it. And as it is, I might have to open the front window that the middle one has a screen in it. I might have to take the screen out to get far enough back to take video from outside to capture the whole tank. I don't know. I don't know yet. We'll see. And it's almost a square, but it's going to be set up as a peninsula, just barely, because of the 60 wide and 66, well, 72 with the overflow front to back. So yeah, not a cube because it's only 21 tall. Could you imagine a 5-foot cube? Oh man, you'd have to dive to get in there and take care of it. Benny, I joined tonight, but kids are running and screaming and all ACs are blowing loud. Yeah, I know what you mean. We've got that here. Right now we have water running outside. My husband's watering the sod that got laid in the last 2 days. And it looks really nice. We want to keep it nice, but we're supposed to be heading into a period of like super hot weather, but humid hot, which kind of helps the grass. So we'll see. Hey, BC. Oh, here we go. For you all that need a tank move, get your partners to join a rugby club. They will expect any crazy strength challenge. I speak from experience. That's an awesome idea. Phil, I don't know. Do you have a rugby club anywhere near you? You know, or fireman challenge, although there's the liability thing. So that's hilarious. Hey, producer Reef, nice to see you. Phil, my tank is on a sled with wheels. I can roll it to the front door with one hand. Over the doorstep will be the hardest part. Table jack will lift it even with stand, then slide off. Yeah, I imagine that's kind of what's going to happen here. Mine has to come into the house sideways, of course, because of the 5-foot width and the 6-foot depth. And 21 inches will easily get it through the front door. I think the front door is 35 or 36. So that should be fine. And I have double doors into this room, and that opening is 5 feet. So, you know, once they get it in, they could rotate it and then move it ahead onto the stand. And the stand is built in 2 pieces because it's 40 inches tall. So no dimension would get it through a door into the house. So it's in 2 pieces. So that 30-inch dimension will allow it to move through the doors quite easily. And then we just put it back together again. Hey, Johnny Martinez. Nice to see you. Hope everything's going well. Praying for you with your new tank. Thank you. I probably need it. Your husband doing a great job helping you. Hello, fellow reefing family out there. Yeah, he's a one-of-a-kind guy, in demand because he's very handy. He likes to fix things, and he's a super nice guy. So I don't think I'll see much of him this summer, but you know, he's a social guy, and I'm not a social person, so works out great for him. Oh, there's Taran again. Let's see how we do this time. Hey, Taran. Oh, it
Hey,
moved.
Cindy. Can you hear me this time?
Ooh, producer Reef. Yesterday I tested phosphate. It was all zeros. First time ever. Ran and got me some neophos. Wow. I put a post on Instagram of the phosphate test, the cuvette from the Hannah checker for the observation tank that used to be Mollywood. And yeah, it was blue. You could see before it even went into the checker, it was blue. And of course we got the flashing 200. So I've been using Elimifos Rapid for the past 3 days, just 1 cc, or actually 1 milliliter into that tank to slowly bring it down. So I'm going to do it for 5 days and then check. And at the same time, the sump system got up to 0.217 now, which I don't like. I mean, I know it can be around 0.15 and still be good, but this is like 50% more than that. So same thing, 5 milliliters into that tank every day for 5 days, and I'm going to check. And that will also allow me to calculate how much per day I can reduce the phosphate with those quantities of the Illimifos Rapid. So then I'll know if my phosphates start to creep up again, 2 days of 5 mils will take it down to where it needs to be. That's what I did with the Red Sea tank, and it worked wonderfully. It was great. Okay. Hey, Adrian Mitchell. Hey, nice to see you, Adrian. It was good to talk to you last night. Caribbean in the house, Trinidad. Thanks for coming by. Hey, Chase V Reefing. Glad to see you. I hope you're doing well. And how's the 250? I don't know if you have time to come in tonight. Oh, we lost Taran again. But if you do, it'd be great to see how things are. Oh, Phil. No rugby club that I know of. Yeah. Oh, cool. Oh, we're up to 18 people. You see the little banner going across the bottom? And I've been doing a little bit more reading about how these things work with YouTube. And it'd be great to get this out to more people who might be interested. And then maybe we can see a few more different tanks and get to know a few more people. And it's always good to sort of spread the word. So if you feel like it and you want to drop a thumbs up, that would be awesome. Neophos worked great for me when I bottomed out early on with the 525XL. Yeah. Yes, I do have the elements, nitrate and phosphate, and I can't tell you who makes that. Is it? I can't remember. Is it? I want to say no. I honestly I don't remember. But they're white bottles and they have like atomic shapes on them, and there's NO3 and PO4. That's what I used early on with the sump system when the nutrients were so low. Of course, I don't do it anymore because of algae, but at the time I needed it. The colors on the corals were so pale, and they've come back really well. Oh, hey, Taran. Sorry, Cindy, I'll watch from the chat. Internet doesn't want to cooperate today. Yeah, that's too bad. Sorry, I'm sorry too, but you do what you can, right? I appreciate you taking some time to try. Adrian Mitchell, what do you use to clean the algae on your glass? I use the flipper usually. Right now, I only have glass on one tank. On the sump system, of course, there is no glass. Darn it, because you can't see in the side. It's hard to look in the top all the time. Yeah, I use the flipper. That's the one I've found the most reliable and the least likely to capture sand or grit under the blade or under the pad and scratch the glass. All of the others, if you're not super careful around the bottom, you end up just snagging. Even one grain of sand under that pad can scratch your glass really badly. Okay, T40. Nice to see you, T40. I hope you're doing well. I should explain, I was talking with Adrian last night on Instagram, and he's got a reef tank. It's fish only, I think. I did see a couple soft corals in there, and just starting to broaden out into other things. So starting to get on board with knowing how to get the tank ready and the things to do to get ready for coral and what they need. I do have Chaetomorpha. I've always used it. I really like it. I've never had any trouble growing it because I've always had high nutrients. So it always grows well. 2-part dosing. If so, what do you use? I'm looking at trying a new product. I'm not going to say what it is yet because I'm still working on getting it shipped here. It's not available in Canada right now that I've been able to find. And I'm always doing that. I just make it so hard for myself. But I had really good success with the Red Sea tank with the Tropic Marin, or is it the Fauna Marin? The Fauna Marin balling light system. And the way that works is you get the powder, you mix it up with RODI water, and there are 3 little bottles of trace elements. And when you mix the calcium, you add a little bit from, I think, 1 and 2. When you mix the magnesium, it's just on its own. And when you mix the alkalinity, it has the other trace. So as the dosing is going into the tank, you are getting trace elements. There are various companies that do what they call the balling method, and I think, if I remember right, the being referred to as the balling method, I think it's Heinz Balling was the first guy that developed this, where the traces are added to the dosing solutions, and that gives you a balanced input into your tank to maintain trace elements. So if you look up balling, BALLING system, and type Reef, you'll find information about it. Who else we got here? Hey, Detroit Hammer. Always a thumbs up. Tank is in rebound, so no pics. It's not all that bad, but I should have challenged you on Instagram for your reefing reality. Unorthodox Reef challenged a couple people after listening to I think it was a Reef to Reef, or maybe it was Reef Builders podcast on Spotify. I don't do Spotify. And it inspired him to create a challenge showing reef reality, like, dirty sand, coralline all over the place, dirty glass, algae, things dying, all that kind of stuff, because we face that reality every day. Very, very few people have perfect tanks all the time. There's always something negative happening somewhere, and we tend to focus on it too much sometimes. And then when we go and show our tanks to the public, we try to avoid it. I've done that. I've edited out something that looked really awful, because if I'm talking about something specific, I don't want distractions with the bad stuff. But when bad stuff happens, I don't hesitate to show it. But that's the subject of the video, right? So yeah, so Reef Reality. So hey, Detroit Hammer, Reef Reality, nobody minds. We can always sympathize. That's for darn sure. Have you decided what sand you will use? I was planning on going bare bottom, but starting to change my mind. I love my sand beds. I'm using Carib Sea Aragamax. It is not a live sand. Somebody told me, who was it? Was it on here? So much has been happening lately. The bacteria in Aragalive apparently was or is, or some types is not saltwater bacteria. And I can't remember who told me that, so it may not be true. I don't know, but I did use Aragalive for the Red Sea tank, and it was a pain in the neck because, first of all, you don't rinse it because of the bacteria. So you would just be killing off the bacteria, supposedly. So you put it in your tank straight from the bag, and there's always a cloud, always. And that stuff gets all over everywhere. Secondly, you have to add enough salt water that you can circulate to keep the stuff alive, to keep oxygenating it. So if you're in a situation where you have to add your salt water in stages because, well, like you, Phil, are you going to be able to put 400 gallons of salt water in that tank all at once? Probably not. So you have to get enough in there to cover the sand and also allow space for circulation and heat. So that was a real pain with the Red Sea tank, because we could make 22 gallons max of salt water at a time. And that tank took 112 gallons to fill the whole system. So it took a few days to do that. And so I put the sand in first and then added water, enough to cover it. It was just barely enough to cover it. And put a really small power head in a corner just to keep it moving. And I was always worried that the power head was going to suck up sand. And it was not easy. So this time I went with just aragonite. So Carib Sea Aragamax is what I'm using. I have 8 bags of it, 240 pounds. And my calculation is that should give me around a 2-inch sand bed. I don't know that I want much deeper than that. I have put all of my rock structures up on little feet, so at least an inch off the bottom. And that way, when the sand goes underneath there, any sand-dwelling critters I have who need some sand or some place to build a burrow, they'll be able to go under the rocks, and I won't need to worry about them toppling over or anything like that. And Phil, I saw you had little feet and little rocks. And those are the things I used the pieces of to make the arches and things that I made for my aquascape. So it'll be interesting to see how they cure and whether I avoid getting all the ugly stuff at the beginning, because they've been in for about 2 months now. And they're getting pretty slimy, which is good. What else have we got? Taran, a lot of products are not available in Canada. Yeah, no kidding. No kidding. Hey, Beespeak, evening all. Reef Keeper, Aquaforest is just about the same if you buy dry products and mix your own, saves money versus buying premix. Yeah. Yep. And there are a couple. Last week I was talking about All for Reef. I'm getting the powder. I'm getting it from Germany because it's not available here yet. It is listed on like BRS and a couple other sites, but it's not in stock. So I'm bringing it in because I really like the All for Reef. And quite honestly, I'm looking for a system I can use. And this goes right back to the Red Sea tank. I want to use all one company stuff, but I don't want 40 different products. I want the dosing, the 2-part, and maybe food. And if the dosing has the trace elements that are required, which this product I'm looking at does, then that's one more thing I don't have to add. So I dose to maintain the parameters. I've got calcium reactor for some traces and the food. So if I can keep it that simple, I would love it. So I don't know if it's going to be sufficient, but if I can get this product, we'll see. We'll find out. Should substrate be cleaned during a water change? It depends on your setup. I never cleaned the substrate in terms of siphoning it, but I always stirred it up. So maybe 4 out of 7 days a week, I would take a long turkey baster and fluff up the sand in, maybe a quarter of the tank and around the bottom of the rocks and get a lot of that dirty stuff out and up into the water column so that it could be filtered out. If you're siphoning, same thing. You only do a small section at a time. So because sand holds a lot of bacteria, and you really don't want to be siphoning out all their food source all at once. So just a little bit at a time, and if you can. I made water changes from my sump, so the only way I could really get the sand bed stirred up and cleaned up was to manually do it with a turkey baster. And the euphyllias love it. The turbid water that you get, the cloudiness, is really beneficial for a lot of LPS corals because they come from those environments in their natural habitat. River mouths, places where the water's churned up a lot, silty, murky, and that's where they draw their some of their nutrition. So that's what I did. I'm sure other people will have some input. Marcus Aerolis, can't get over paying what they want for 2 parts, 5-gallon buckets of bulk stuff I purify. Yeah, Detroit Hammer. Oh, too low. Gave me cyano and dino, but it's coming back well. Yeah, it's always something, right? For me, it's too much info when I know what went bad and how long to get back. Yeah. Hey, Pappy Reefer. Oh, Filipino Reefer's back. There's the Herm 14. Hello, Reefgrrl and fellow hobbyists. Taran, come on, show us your IM40. Benny said earlier that he's got screaming kids and loud air conditioning going on at the moment. It's noisy here. It's that's funny. Oh, hang on a second. Jumped. The comments jumped. Phil said, no way. I'm filling it with roadie, then adding salt, then rock, and finally sand if I go that route. It's a bit overwhelming, to be honest. Probably take 3 or 4 days of making water. Oh, yeah. Yeah, because I'm curing my rock. Well, you're curing your rock too, right? And I want it on the bottom. I don't want to put it on top of the sand. So it's the same thing. I'm going to be getting water in the tank to a level where I know that I can cover my rock. And then I'll put the rock in, then I'll fill it up the rest of the way, or maybe not. I haven't really decided that part of it. And I'll circulate it for a day or two just to get the crud off the rock that it accumulates when it's in these totes. And then I'll add the sand. We're going to wash the sand before putting it in because I learned that lesson on the last tank. And dry it. And then I think we'll probably use the large slide, the tube slide, pouring it in the top of a tube that comes out at the bottom and just directing it around to minimize the dust. Because even if you rinse it, there's always still dust. So that's what I'm going to do. So the rocks will already be there, and I can fill the sand in between the rocks and adjust it exactly where I want it. And then once that all settles down, then that's probably when I should add the rest of the water. So kind of in stages. It's like a military maneuver. This has to happen before this can happen. And if this goes right, then that can happen. If it goes wrong, then you got to do something different. Like, it's just crazy, man. Hey, MB Reef, nice to see you. What are trace elements? Adrian, trace elements are things like boron, bromide, iron, iodine. Is iodine a trace? I'm not sure iodine's officially a trace, but they're elements that are present in seawater at certain levels. And the whole idea is to make sure that because your corals, your livestock consume these trace elements out of the water, they need to be resupplied, or you do water changes. So if you are able to do water changes that keep up with that, that's ideal. You don't need to worry about trace elements. But if you, for example, you were saying 180 to 200 gallons, you might not want to do a large water change every week or even every 2 weeks or every month to replenish trace elements that the corals need. And in that case, you can add them in. People get into other things like amino acids and certain types of fatty acid coral food. Usually that's called something like biofuel or fuel or something like that. It's usually bright yellow and it smells like kind of yeasty. I don't know. I don't like the smell of that stuff, but I've used it. And there's Acro Power, and there's can't remember what the other one is. Fuel. There are several products. Those aren't really trace elements. Those are more like nutrients. So I think if you were to search for reef tank trace elements, you could probably find a lot to read about their impact. And if you're into reading the deep chemistry, or if you want to skip the molecular diagrams, take a look for Randy Holmes Farley. Randy, HOLMES-FARLEY. He writes on chemistry and like specifically reef tank chemistry, and I learned so much from him when I was first starting out. It's a little mind-blowing at first, but then as time goes by, you start to understand a little bit more of how it all fits together. There's no easy, quick way to explain it. There's not really a nutshell. In a nutshell, it's this. It's part of the balance of the composition of the water, the chemical composition of the water that the corals need to grow and be healthy. Yeah. Oh, maybe a little later. Yes, I saw your video or live stream talking about the little feet in rock. I think it looks like chopped up pucani. I added it to my rock bin. That's cycling. Yeah, some pieces of it, you're right. They're very much like pucani rubble, and they're super lightweight. And some of it's like sliced up Marco rock. It's almost like when they were doing the shelf rock, uh, pieces of it fell off, or smaller pieces that aren't suitable for the larger shelf rock pieces. Because most of what I got is flat on two sides, and then it has irregularities around the edges. And I really like the stuff. MB Reef, no water change. One Golf Jones, is anyone here familiar with Aquarium Munster products? I've been told their Bacto Sprint will keep your tank algae free. That sounds kind of familiar, but I don't have anything specific about that. So I don't know if anyone in the chat knows what that is. Cindy, bobbit worm, good or bad? Is it like a bristleworm? Oh, it's bad. If it's a true bobbit worm, you don't want it in your tank. They are ambush predators. They live below the sand or in a rock den, and they just wait for a fish to swim by. They can eat fish. They can be 7 feet long, as thick around as your arm. And if you Google, go to YouTube and look up bobbit worm, there are some pretty interesting and scary videos about bobbit worms. I'm trying to think, lush corals. Danny, what was his name? I can't remember the name of his coral business. He had one that he kept in a tank that got taken out of another tank, and he decided to keep it. And that was a couple years ago. I don't know if he still has it or not, but yeah, if I found I found what looked like a bobbit worm, but I was talking to Pat Murphy, and he sent me a picture of a worm ID of a type that he read was actually a herbivore. So we'll see. But the tentacles, all the tentacles sticking straight out around the head, that's what they hide under the sand, and that's their mouth. And when you see sort of macroscopic photographs of the mouth of a bobbit worm, it just looks like a whole bunch of razor blades. It's really gross. So yeah, if you see a bobbit worm, do your best to get it out. Stick that fork in and twirl it around just like it's spaghetti. Lou Ekus. Oh, Luke Ekus is here. Lou Ekus. Yeah, like he's with Tropic Marin, right? And Tropic Marin is a German company. I use their Elimifos Rapid, and I absolutely love it. And that's who makes the Alpha Reef, the powder that I'm getting. But I bought it from another company that ships internationally. So, okay. Benny and Taran talking about coming on here, but Taran, the internet won't cooperate, and Benny's got noise, mega noise. In one tank, so cyano. Yeah, cyano's back. I only have some cyanobacteria in one tank, so it looks ugly. Oh, here we go. Marcus Aurelius, vanadium, iodine, bromine, fluorine, cobalt, copper, manganese, strontium, molybdenum. There's lots of them. Yeah. And Adrian, there is a test you can do called ICP, and there are a bunch of different companies that do it. You basically send them a water sample, they analyze it, and they send you back the results. And the results do include major elements like nitrate, phosphate, calcium alkalinity, and all that. But they also include quite a few, maybe 40, 50 trace elements. And they code it so that where your level is too low, they'll show it as red. Too low or too high, it shows as red. And then there's a green zone, and so you look for the ones that are in the green zone, and then you look for the ones that aren't. But the only problem with that is you have to decide whether it's bad news that you have lithium, Everybody's got lithium, and it's shown in a red zone or an orange zone, but is it actually bad for your tank? That's the question I always have. It's fine to rate these substances compared to seawater and rate them as orange or red if they're too high or low compared to seawater. But when it comes to your actual aquarium, there's a lot in an aquarium that is nothing like the ocean, and things still do okay. So ICP test is kind of a double-edged sword. If you're looking for something specific down the road, it'll tell you that if it's something you can't test for. Because there are a lot of things that hobbyists just don't have the equipment to test for because the type of test kits we get are just not sensitive enough. Iodine is one. I was flipping out because my tank read 0 iodine until I learned that the hobbyist type test kits aren't sensitive enough for actually measuring iodine. So yeah, there's a lot of that kind of thing that happens as well. Tube. Oh, this is about sand. Tube is a good idea. I was thinking of lowering the rinsed sand in a bag. Honestly, Phil, that's what I was going to do. Might rethink, I can barely reach the bottom near the back. My plan was to poke a whole bunch of pinholes in the lower third of a bag of sand, set it in a bucket, then just cut the top open, jam a garden hose down there, and just run it. And let the stuff rinse out through those holes. Then I could keep it in the bag and still rinse it. But my husband kind of pointed out that it would take a long, long time for everything to rinse out of there. And it would probably never run clear because it's just too confined in the bag. So my reason for wanting to keep it in the bag was exactly what you said. I was going to make sure they're clean on the outside, lower them in the tank, lay them down, and cut one side, and then just wiggle the bag off to release the sand. And then I could distribute it, and then I could do another one. But the other part of that is the bags are probably 12 inches wide by 16 or 18 inches tall. And I don't know that I'd have enough sand bed area or open area that doesn't have rocks to allow me to drop a bag in and have enough space to do that. The only way that would work is if you do it when there's nothing else in the tank. And of course, I don't want to do that because I want my rocks to be resting on the glass. So I was thinking of doing that. And so we decided instead to just decant the bags into a 5-gallon bucket and run a hose through them until they're clear, and then add RODI water with a dechlorinator and, swirl it around and rinse it again. And then that could be added to the tank because a little bit of RODI water isn't going to matter if it's in the sand compared to tap water. So yeah, it's a hard idea. It's a hard thing to do. Taran, last time you were in, we could hear you clear. You know what, Taran, he's probably right because I have this streaming device. Well, it shuts off when there's no input for a while. It's completely possible that was a problem. I need to turn it back on again. So let me just, okay, there, it's on now. So if you feel like trying again, that would be awesome. Oh, hey, Joseph Posada. How are you? Johnny Martinez. All my prayer are good except my mag 1500. Any way to lower it? Yeah, magnesium is one of those ones. Your test is accurate? You're sure that it's not reading, you're not getting a false reading? If that's the case, I don't know. Check your salt mix, your makeup water. If you're okay, here's Taran. I'm gonna bring her in right now. Hey, Taran.
Hey.
Hey, there you are. It's my fault.
Yay!
I'm
Yay!
sorry.
I'm so happy. Well, no, because it was actually lagging for me, and it was like even you were like pausing in the video, so I thought maybe it was my internet, but I restarted my phone and kind of took some storage off my phone, so maybe that helped too. But
yeah.
yay.
Oh, you're coming through loud and clear now. I'm good. Doing good. How are you?
Yay.
You said you had cyano. Is that this tank we're looking at here?
I'm doing great.
Good, good.
No, it's in my 55. This one's okay, actually.
Yeah.
This
It's
is
probably
just
just
my biocube,
the
so I
light.
haven't showed
Yeah.
it in a little while.
Yeah. Nice.
Yeah,
This
maybe
was your
it's just the
first,
light. This one,
I
I
think
can
it
change
is.
maybe the filter. Sorry.
Yeah. This was your first tank, right?
Yeah, this was my first tank. Yeah. I've had it, well, it hasn't been that long, I guess. Maybe like 18 months, 19 months. I
Yeah.
started it in October 2019.
Yeah.
So almost 2 years.
Yeah. Yeah. Cool. Goes by fast, doesn't it?
But much going on here. Well, yeah, I think I've learned so much. So like when I first started, I, everything felt overwhelming, and now I have 4 tanks. But yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Hey, Egg Boy. Yeah. Hi. How you doing, Andy? I just sent off an IPC test this week. $14 postage. Yeah. Yeah. ICP testing is not cheap, and that's why I do it about once a year. Every so often, you can get them on sale, so I buy 2 or 3. But I don't have as many as Gabe's Reef Tampa, who has shelves of them. Anyway, yeah, that's a joke. Travis, Fish of Hex, did Roast Your Reef videos, and the one that he did for Gabe's Reef Tampa was hilarious because Gabe's got a dragon in his sump, and he's got ranks and piles of ICP tests. Anyway, it's funny. Oh, Benny says he has cyano and ick. Oh no, plus my protein skimmer pump died. All my corals looking ugly. Oh, Benny. And I challenged you to the reef reality on Instagram. Anybody want to see that video? I don't know how many of you do follow Insta. Joseph Posada, do you run your magnet over your sand before getting it wet? Bits of metal stick to the magnet for sure. I have heard that about black sand, but I've never done that with regular reef sand. I don't know. I haven't heard of it happening like a lot to where it would be worth doing, but I don't know. Maybe it is worth doing. The sand comes with a clarifier package. I remember the Araga Live did come with that. It's a flocculant, so it collects all of the crud. And oh, Taran must be having trouble again. It collects all of the crud, and that way it can go out the overflow quicker. Yeah. Marcus Aurelius. A Macnavid talking about ICP and lithium came up in a speech. Is a common impurity in North American sources. Too much is bad. Yeah. But the thing is, it goes back to, oh, there's Taran again. Here's the thing. Is there anything you can do about it? And I don't know the answer to that question, but I suspect there really isn't anything you can do unless you can somehow purify your source water. Like, does a standard RODI system remove lithium from your water? I don't know the answer to that. That strikes me as the only way that you're going to be able to reduce lithium, because if it's in your source water and you can't get it out, then, like, to me, why worry about it? Unless it's the answer to a question. If everything's going bad and you can't figure out why, and it's the only possible reason, then it's valuable to know that. But can you do anything about it? I honestly don't know. Honestly don't know. Hey, Digging with Cruzy. I have 2 ways you can lower it. Any corals in tank, Johnny M. Okay, you're talking to Johnny. Cool. It's a new test kit, but you're right, the salt. Yeah, if you test your batch of new salt water and see what it is, because it could be magnesium is the element that seems to cause problems for people every once in a while when there's an issue with a batch of salt. And if that happens, I would say contact the manufacturer and see if you can find anything out. Usually there's lot numbers, and they can tell you, and they should take care of you. I would be very, very surprised if they wouldn't, if it's a known problem. Hey, Taran.
Hey, I'm back. Sorry.
That's
I'm
okay.
trying.
I know, that's okay. Don't worry about it. Good
I
to
changed
know.
my
He's
filter
just good.
too, so.
Yeah, it looks good. Oh, look at your mandarin.
Oh, he's
Cute.
so chubby. I've had him for quite a while, actually, like over a year.
Nice. So, Adrian, is your question for Taran? Did you purchase those corals huge? You can buy huge corals, but it's cheaper if you buy them small and grow them out.
Adrian, no, this tank actually, I started it like 18 months ago, but everything I bought was like a tiny frag. But to be honest with you, I did lose a lot of my corals to brown jelly disease. So right now, the only LPS I have right now is my hammer coral, and this was actually like a one head coral when I bought it. It was actually one of my first corals. I lost two heads on it, but I don't think it was from brown jelly. I had a little bit of a spike in my salinity because I don't know if you saw, I had a bit of an issue with my refractometer
Mm-hmm.
on Instagram, and then with
Mm-hmm.
COVID, shipping was really delayed for anything getting delivered. So this just went up to like 1028, but that might have
Mm-hmm.
been enough, or it could be this giant aptasia maybe stung it.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think it's probably the aptasia. I do have a filefish in my observation tank, so he does eat aptasia. I had a rock with some
Nice.
aptasia that I put in there, and it
Awesome.
doesn't have aptasia anymore. So
Yay.
he'll be moving in here, but hopefully he doesn't eat anything else. But I mean,
Yeah.
if he does, he'll get moved.
And Marcus Aurelius says an easy way would be to put a fresh dry rock in sumper tank. Magnesium binds to the surface of the rock. And actually, that brings up another point. If you can get coralline algae going, it consumes magnesium as well. And the only downside to that is if the coralline has problems and starts to die off, it releases the magnesium back. So I don't know, Johnny, maybe did you have coralline algae and have trouble with it? And where it started to go white or really, really pale, maybe it leached its magnesium back into the tank. I never even thought of that. Oh, hey, Sharbuckles, nice to see you. Going to do my best to jump on around 10 if you guys are still streaming. Well, given our late history lately of 3 hours plus, all the way to 5 hours, a couple weeks ago, about a month ago,
I'm sure we
that was
will.
that was May 8th, and I remember because it was when the controller was missing out of my hydros that I opened, and I was up all night because I ended up streaming until 1:30 from 8 o'clock, and then I ended up talking to a couple people afterwards, and it was probably close to 4 o'clock by the time I got off the internet. And then I couldn't sleep because I had to search for that darn controller in case my memory was faulty. And I had actually taken it out of the box and put it somewhere. I mean, I was like 99% sure I didn't, but there's always that. Anyway. So yeah, Sharbuckles, after that rant, chances are good we'll still be here. Oh, Mark Saros. I know, right? That's crazy. Other way needs math and test kits. Dilute your mix until mag hits normal. Then add sodium/potassium chloride and all others you can test for until you get normal. Okay. Yeah, I don't know that I would even try this. But good to know that that kind of a method exists if there's ever an emergency. Okay, yes, it would remove lithium, but it's in the magnesium they mine. Okay, so by yes you mean an RODI unit. Okay, it's in additives. Yeah. Oh, Benny's going to come on in a few minutes and show his ugly stages. Hey, Hector, Calypso's Reefs is here.
Yay!
Yay!
I'm not showing my uglies. Hi,
Digging with
Hector.
Cruzy. I have a dual reactor. My phosphate went to 0. Can I turn off my dual reactor and not damage my GFO? Oh, that's a really good question. If it was me, I would be removing the reactor, taking half the GFO out, putting it back, and I don't know if you're in a position to dose a little bit of the point is, don't suddenly turn it off and take it out. You should, or am I thinking of biopellets? That kind of stuff you should do gradually. So I don't know, Hector might be able to tell you more because he's just gone through this with a reactor. You know what? I could be thinking of biopellets because they're a carbon source, and maybe if you take those out suddenly, that's when you have problems. That's why I don't use this stuff, because I'm always afraid I'm going to make a mistake and do exactly the wrong thing and end up with trouble. But I don't think it would hurt anything if you removed half of your GFO and ran the reactor again, wait a couple days, take another half out, wait another couple of days, and then take it right offline altogether. I wouldn't just shut it off and remove it all at once. But that's me, and I mean, sometimes I'm overcautious. Okay, Reef, MB Reef. Hey, MB Reef, I think you might already have got the email for tonight. I sent it out about 2 hours ago. Let me just see. Ooh, maybe not. Okay. Let me get that for you. I'm going to bring Alex in because what's going on here? Okay. There. Alex. Was I talking right over you, Taran?
No, I wasn't talking.
Oh, good. Okay. Because my little thing shut itself off again. I might just go back to headphones. Hello, Alex.
You have to put a sticky note on there.
I know, to remind me. Okay. Okay, MB Reef, I'll send you the link if you didn't already get it, but I am going to check my list and just see. Yeah. Nope, I don't see you in my list. Okay, so give me a second here. Johnny Martinez saying thank you. Hey, Emmanuel D. Hello from Canada. I'm in Canada too. Yes, Johnny, I remember you were saying you had algae problems. That's cool that everything's growing now. Hey, Hector. Shornsky. Hey, Shornsky. Good morning, everyone from Brisbane. Awesome.
Me too.
Yay. Hey, Mark Teffer, 90 gallon deep and got the X. QT fallow setup isn't an option at the moment. Any suggestions? Yeah. I know a lot of people live with ick in their tanks, and I've heard advice where if you feed your fish really well so that they're healthy, if you add an immune booster of some type, some people use garlic, mix it in with their food. I mean, the stuff that's marine preparation, I'm sure there's something you can get at the market that you can make yourself, but I would rather use a marine preparation because it'll have information on proper dosage. I use Celcon, and it goes in my fish's food, a couple drops every night. That's an immune booster. And try and keep your fish really, really healthy if you can't go fallow. Stir up the sand, especially if you see the stage where the cysts break and fall off and the little swimmy guys go to the bottom. Stir up the sand so they're in the water column as much as you can get them. If you have a UV sterilizer, it isn't 100% the answer, but if there are any of the little swimmy guys in the water column and they do go through the UV, that'll help neutralize them. There's a whole bunch of different things you can do to try and control it. Some people say you just have, once you get ick, you just have to accept the fact that you're living with it. So what do you think, Alex?
Just give them a healthy environment and time, and
Yeah.
it'll abate itself.
Yep.
But
Happy reefer. I could show an ugly tank. Cyanobacteria, dying corals, glass hasn't been cleaned for a week. Oh, well, you know, we can all relate. Oh, here we go. This is good. Phil, if phosphate drops to 0, remove the dual reactor and dump the media. Add fresh GFO again. If the phosphate rises higher than where you like to keep it. Oh, so go back to the GFO if it gets high again. Okay. Well, there you go. He knows what he's talking about. Hey, Flippers Reef, welcome. Adrian Mitchell, do I need a reactor? At this point, I would say no. All I have is Chaeto and a skimmer. Like a reactor is just a name for a specific container which we pump water through, or through which water will flow in order for it to pass through certain types of substances that each have their own job. For example, GFO is granular ferric oxide, essentially really, really fine iron rust, whatever, and it's a phosphate remover. So when water is pumped through it, it absorbs phosphate from the water. And I don't know why they're called reactors. They usually have their own pump or some source of water flow. And there are various reasons. You can get a Chaeto reactor, and essentially it's a chamber that has Chaeto in it and intense lights shining in there. And the idea is the water gets pumped through there and the Chaeto grows contained in this chamber. So I guess, a reactor really, it contains the media so that you can control the water flow through it. And that's probably why it's given the name reactor. So I wouldn't say everybody needs a reactor, but if there comes a time when you feel like you need to use a certain substance to do a job in your tank, a reactor is a great way to control the flow of water through it so that it can do its job. And you'll know based on the substance whether or not the best way to use it is to put it in a reactor. Because sometimes you can put it in a media bag, put it in an area of high flow, and it will help. It wouldn't be as effective as a reactor, perhaps, but it will do somewhat of a job. That's what I used to do. I don't know if that helps or it just makes it more confusing. Calypso's Reef says, I have ick in my tank. All my fish are fine. Just add your regular fig doctors, cleaner wrasses, or cleaner goby. You'd be good. Regular fig. Oh, fish. Fish doctors. Yeah. Yep, that's good. Hey, Dramedy. Nice to see you. Here's Marcus Aurelius. One reason I like to mix GFO with carbon, if you have to shut it off for a period, you can just run some tank water back through the reactor to a bucket to get the sulfur out, then hook it back up to the system. Yeah. Fed Dromedy. Emmanuel D. With ick management, it's also about controlling stressors, temp fluctuations, new fish introduction, etc. Yeah. Yeah, if you have ick going on until you don't see any signs of it, even though it might still be there, I don't know that I would add any new fish at all. And it's what Alex said, good environment. I mean, and it's that old thing. When we have a reef tank, we're keeping water. And if we can keep good, healthy water, what we keep in the water will be healthier for it. And that's really basic, I guess. Phil's new tank is a beauty. Phil's new tank is a beauty. The Herm 14 has a question about black sea cucumbers. Do they help by filtering the sand bed as they poop out fresh, clean sand? Do all sea cucumbers do that, Alex?
the black ones, yes. had to always check to see the species, but usually the ones you get in the trade are all sand eaters.
Hmm.
So they will clean the sand for you. Just make sure that all your rocks actually touch the bottom of the tank and aren't resting on the sand, because their favorite place to go is underneath all your rocks.
Yeah.
I love those guys though.
Yeah. Is your tiger tail a species of black sea cucumber? Or
No, the tiger, just a tiger tail. I was actually looking for a black one and I never got a hold of one. We'll see this time around. I'll probably try to get one. Those tiger tails just kept multiplying on me though, and I was happy
why
with
not?
that.
Yeah. Mark Teffer, the only reason I even know it's there is my powder blue. Yeah.
Mhm.
Drum
Yeah, some sensitive fish always have.
Yeah.
They almost like powder blues, hippos,
Hmm.
Achilles can be pretty bad for it.
Yep.
No, they just need a really healthy environment and
Yeah.
time.
So I guess those types of fish, even if they look good when you get them, isolate them, make sure that they're, or I don't know if you'd isolate them if that would be stressful for them, but if you
I
see it, it's going to be natural, and make sure that your water's good before you get the fish.
Yeah, I mean, some fish like blue hippo tangs are a perfect example. It is rare that I see one that has just been through a move of some kind that it doesn't have ick on it.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just the one that I had inherited from my sister in my last tank. I mean, it had it for a long time, but it just slowly went away as it got happier and more comfortable in the tank. And, you know, it got mentioned there, the cleaner wrasses, cleaner shrimp.
Hmm.
They're all good.
Yep. Drama D has seen cucumbers clog up overflows. Side of caution when it comes to them. Yep, like most things. Snails can do it too. Hey, Skinner JW. I fell asleep last week. Missed the stream. Well, if it was Saturday night, don't feel bad because we didn't stream on Saturday night. Last week was a Sunday. So maybe it wasn't so bad after all. So Taran, this is your BioCube that we haven't seen in a while. Oh, she might be frozen again. I did see it moving a few minutes ago.
I see the clownfish under what looks like a toadstool.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, okay. Oh, well. So you guys, seeing as we've got 40 people in here, why don't I show you pictures of my new tank? Some of you who are here early will have seen this already. I showed you one picture. So here is the picture. Oh, man. So I'm going to have to climb in here and get a picture of myself in here, aren't I?
Is it delivered or is that hid?
No, these are pictures we got.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, during the build. I think these pictures are not new pictures. I think they're quite like maybe a couple months ago it was at this stage. And then here's another angle. And I was saying earlier, I'm getting a sense of how this might be a difficult tank to get video because of the proportions of it and how I don't really have a lot of space in this room. And there's the back, and you can see the two cutouts for the weir teeth.
I don't see the pictures changing for me.
You're not seeing pictures?
No, I see the first one, but after you changed it, I haven't seen another one, or maybe it's just me.
Is that better?
Still see the first one.
Really?
Oh, hold on. You know what? Let me do something here. I think my screen froze.
Yeah, we can see you moving. Oh, maybe not now.
There we go.
There you go. Cool. So
My phone likes to do that sometimes. So I saw the first picture.
All right, here's the second picture. Different angle. And then there's the third one, the back. The overflow is not on here yet. The box, it's an external overflow.
Looking good.
Yep. I wish it was looking good in my garage, but I'll just have to wait, I guess.
I just saw something too about a post on Reef to Reef where someone said, never let the delivery people leave until you've opened the box.
Yep.
Someone had a pretty good sized glass tank, and they were pulling the top off the crate, and it was shipped in pieces. Lots of jagged points.
Not on purpose. Yeah.
No, but yeah, that would. It just gives me chills thinking about that.
Well, this is it. We have to do it, and I agree with you. I'm not signing anything until it's uncrated because there's no way. Not with something, and it's coming from Calgary, 3,000 miles away. So
Did you? I don't know if they do it, but you might want to ask them if they'll put shock stickers on it.
What are shock stickers?
So it's a lot of times there'll be like a little plastic sticker. It'll stick out just a little bit, but they put them on.
Yeah, you know what? I'm writing that down because I think that's a good idea.
Yeah, I mean, with something glass like that, I mean, from my professional career experience, that has come in handy when you see things and go, well, the fact that it's leaning over and it's not supposed to be doing that's probably the first reason I'm not going to sign for it or take delivery. But
yeah, exactly.
They'll have the shock stickers on them too. They might cost a few bucks a piece, but for that big of a trip, that'd be worth it.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. Thanks for that because I didn't know such a thing existed. That yeah, that's huge. What's the size? It's 60 wide, 66 front to back, not including the overflow. So top edge front to back, including the overflow, would be 72, and then it's 21 inches deep. So it calculates at 360, but just because it's 21 inches tall doesn't mean there'll be 21 inches of water in it. So by the time I get the finished water level that I've asked for and rocks and sand, it'll be somewhere around 330 gallons, including the couple of gallons that'll be in the overflow at the back. Nice. We can see. Okay. Nice chatting, Cindy. Oh. Yeah, Taran, that was good. We have to meet up one of these days whenever there's a coral show again, so we can sit down and have a coffee or whatever and have a good chat that isn't interrupted by internet. How many gallons? Yeah, around 330. So with the 265 I have in the sump, we're just shy of 600 in the whole system. Did they give you an estimated delivery date? No. Unfortunately. Use an overflow box on the tank. The overflow is external, and the overflow teeth are coast to coast, side to side. So I'm not going to have an internal tower with just a little bit of overflow area at the top. I had that in my last tank, and it got clogged up quite alarmingly often with coralline algae. It would grow right over the openings, and I was constantly breaking that stuff off. So I decided more teeth was better, more overflow area was better. So essentially in the 60 inches wide, I'll have probably 3 16, 15 or 16 inch sections of teeth. That's what I'm expecting. Now, looking at what I saw there's 2 notches. So I don't know. I guess we'll see. That's probably a question that I'm going to need to ask the LFS guy who's in touch with the builder. But anyway, it doesn't really have a name, but it's going to have 2 main overflows and an emergency. And then I'll have 2 returns. So 3 overflow pipes and 2 returns. Is that a bean animal? I don't know what they're called. I just know that I want to have an emergency because you just never know what's going to happen.
And usually it's 1 siphon, 1 regular overflow, and 1 emergency.
Yeah,
if I'm
so
thinking it right.
There's going to be 3 down and 2 coming up. Yeah. Shock
Well,
stickers are a must for a tank that size. Hey,
yeah,
Chimp the Reefer. Anyway, yeah. So how are you, Alex? What have you been up to this week?
I've been very, very busy. So,
Well, I saw on Insta you actually had water in your secondary sump.
yes. So I've been working on that a little today. So let me move a couple more things here and
Yeah.
I'll share what's going on.
3 pipes, yeah, being animal.
So yeah, I have water in it. It's about somewhere between 250, 280 gallons of it. So and
Nice.
it's 510 or 520 is its actual capacity.
Wow.
So
And
just trying to.
is it just a test fill? You don't have it hooked up to anything yet?
So it's a couple days short of the first week of its test fill. It's going to go through a 2-week test, just like everything else.
Yeah.
But it's testing the tank. It's also testing my interconnect plumbing.
Oh, right. And those are the 4-inch drains that are going in and out of there?
It's a 4-inch double bulkheaded line with a union in the middle.
Oh
So,
boy. Hey, Davis Jew. Welcome, Don. Nice to see you. Chili Will's Reef is here. Awesome. Yeah.
all right. So let me flip my camera around here. Camera.
There's that nice floor.
Yeah. It's so funny on my phone. Every time I switch camera views, it like freezes me. So this is the secondary sump now.
Oh.
I
Okay. And
literally just finished all the electrical work.
wow.
So, but
Oh, I see. So you've got like a part wall up there to hold all of that
yep.
electrical stuff.
So yep, I got a shelf and a mounting bracket so I can mount up electronics and have power here. So,
Cool.
but yep, there's the interconnect on its little trestle. So note the little plastic under it just in case.
Uh-huh.
So I've
Yeah.
been now that I say this. Okay, we're okay.
Yeah, the paper towel test, we did a lot of that because you can't tell unless you see something dripping, and you can't always tell if it's something you splashed or it's coming out of the pipe.
Yeah, so but yeah, you can see it's filled up.
Oh, yeah.
But
And is that salt water?
it's just RODI right now. But now that I'm almost a week in, I'm gonna probably wait till tomorrow or Monday, and I'm gonna go ahead and mix the salt in with it. So
Yep. Nice. So Marcus Aerolis has a question for you. Well, first of all, Skinner JW, I always in awe of Alex's system. It's insane. It never ends. And then Marcus Aerolis, just curious, what was the thought process behind your crazy basement setup? Like mine, for example, was for a reason. Do you even need a reason?
I mean, what's so crazy about this? This is basic stuff. Everybody should be able to know this all by heart now.
Yeah, I mean, who wouldn't do it if they could, right?
Yeah, so part of it is maximizing the space that I had with the equipment I had on hand already. So I wasn't going to give up my 265 gallon HDPE tank because I love this tank.
Yep.
And I knew this tank would not be a big enough capacity for the overflow drain off of everything. I mean, right now with just this sump, for if I do a total lights out test and the 700, the 150, well, you can't see it, the 400 and the water storage tanks behind it drain off, it will fill this sump to capacity.
Wow.
So I am going to have the display on top of that, which is also going to need to flow back. And that was part of the reason I went to the secondary sump. So it's about 9 feet long inside dimensions and about 39 inches wide.
Yeah. So essentially what you're talking about is people who have normal tanks, when you shut off your return pump, the effect of the water settling down to the level of the overflow in the display tank, where that water goes is into the sump. So you have the same issue with all of your different tanks. All of that water goes to the lowest point, which would be your 265 where your skimmer is, and that's why you wanted to add this secondary sump for extra capacity, because your display coming online, you're going to have the same kind of issue. It's all that extra water that's above the bulkheads everywhere that has to go somewhere when nothing is moving, when the water's not circulating. And that's, I get it. We went through that capacity issue, figuring out just my little piddly 265 gallons over 4 stock tanks. And it's one of those things, and you don't actually know until you do the test. You can do all the calculating, but when you just turn everything off and stand there and wait.
Yeah, and I thought about doing some other things as well that might be incorporated to help lessen it from the main display, but I'm not sure if I'm going to do them yet. So, but this should give me a pretty good amount of capacity here. If there is not enough and I have a total failure of power, which it could happen, I also install an emergency drain.
Oh,
so I put a 2-inch here, which it won't just dump it on the floor because that won't really work. But I'm going to plumb that over. I'm going to have to make something new for my floor drain. I think I'm going to make like a little pan or something.
Yeah.
And have it so that 2-inch could fall out here, because by the time the water gets to that height, it shouldn't be like a raging river coming out of the thing. It should hopefully be a trickle.
Yeah.
So I just need to make sure. I had a 2-inch bulkhead, and I said, you know what, I'll just do it. I can figure out how to make it work for this. I just got to do a little retrofitting here, and I'll get it to go. So
we did emergencies on everything except the first 100 that leads to the last 100. Even the last 2, we did an emergencies on the shallow 50 where the water enters the sump, and we did an emergency on the 150 because it goes to the first 100. And we talked about doing an emergency between the last 2. We just haven't done it yet. And there's only 12 inches of water in the last 100. So there's lots of capacity in there. And once we get the display tank on there, we'll see. Because the only wild card for the display tank is going to be where my return nozzles are. And I'm going to do my best that they are not below the water level. I'm going to try and keep them at the surface, both to add oxygenation and agitation, and also to minimize any siphoning when the power's off through the return nozzles. But we'll see. I mean, you don't know until you're actually, until it's actually running.
Yeah, I got my standby hole right there.
Yeah.
So even though there's a cord in front of it. Oh well.
Just get one of those little command hooks and stick it on the pipe. Hang the cord on it. Shornsky says, Alex G, I thought you were building a lunar landing module or something when I saw your garage in the background earlier.
I haven't gone to my garage.
That's not even this garage, Shornsky. This is all fish room.
Yeah, so this is all fish room. And then, hold on. So this is my quote unquote workshop. So,
Yeah.
but yeah, I just have to. I did get material. I've never tried this corrugated polycarbonate before, but
Ooh.
I'm going to use that for tops on the secondary sump because it's cheap, and
Yep.
I'm just going to take a heat gun and flatten out the ends of it after I cut it, so it'll make a nice connection there.
Yep. Yeah, I'm going to be doing a video on the lids that I made for, or that my husband made for my sump. And they're made of coroplast with pipe wrap around them. And oh man, they're lightweight and they work really well, but they don't need to have any, they're only for, oh, gizmo. They're only for tanks that don't need to have light in them. So, because they're solid. Okay, Marcus Arola says, I get that, but it's a lot of stuff. Mine was all set up for breeding fish and macros, bunch of others. See, so Marcus Arola says he had a purpose.
Well, there's a purpose.
Yeah.
So
There's like research, like bioluminescent research for one thing.
Yeah, so the sumps are just filtration and stuff, and then the 700. It's already starting to grow some macros in it.
Yeah.
Eventually, when I get some live rock, I'm gonna put it in here, and then this is gonna be some bioluminescence research space.
Mm-hmm.
I did do something else back here too.
Oh yeah. Oh, is that Phyto?
Yep.
Nice. Look at that
I
bubbling.
But yeah, no, I piggybacked it off the light for the 700, so I can just do a full 16 hours with it that way and not need another timer.
Exactly. Nice.
So
yeah, Mark Teffer is just asking, will the secondary sump just be water storage or will it be housing skimmers, reactors? Yeah. No, from what you've said, no equipment, just capacity, basically.
Yeah, so I'll probably put some rock in it. There's actually going to be a 4-inch line that when it comes in, it's going to hook a 90 and come out. So probably about here.
Yep.
And then I'll probably keep a little bit of rock in here. While it does not have equipment now, this will be a possibility of future expansion of things if needed.
Mm-hmm.
So that will give me the option. There will be another UV sterilizer here at some point.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, that'd be a good spot for it. You've got all the electrical and space.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure the calcium reactor is going to stay where it was. But I did buy a new toy this week.
Ooh.
Calcster.
Okay, so yeah, there's a lot lately about calc stirrers. I'm going to have to look into this because I really liked using calc, even in the very minor kind of way that I used it. I found it helped. I felt like it helped.
I've never used it properly,
Yeah.
and just been a lot of talk on it lately. A few people I know have been having good luck with it, and
Yeah.
with these better stirrers and reactors and dosing pumps, it can be very helpful. So I think my alkalinity is still at 10 in here, so I don't have a need to dose yet.
Mm-hmm.
I did finally buy a pH probe though. I know what my pH is now.
Yay!
So it's between 794 and 796, which is actually not too bad considering how closed off this space is in the house.
Yep.
So
Yep. I calibrated mine. Took me an hour, but I finally got it calibrated. Yep. Well, the thing is, what I learned is you turn the little weensy screw and then you walk away for 10 minutes and you come back and it's a different reading. So you turn the little weensy screw again, then you go away for and you keep doing that. And I got it dead on 7 and 10. And so when I put it back in the system, it had been reading high. It had been reading 8.2, 8.3, 8.35. And putting it back in the system after calibrating it, now it's reading 7.95, 8.05, something like that, right in that range. And I mean, I don't have a monitor on it, so I can't look at it any more than a couple times a day when I'm down there. It could be higher or lower than that. But the 7.95 was pretty much in the morning when I went down to turn off the light over the refugium, where the Cato's growing. So that's overnight. So probably like 9 in the morning, something like that. So I feel like it's okay. Same thing. It's in a room. There's lots of air movement, but there's not a lot of fresh air drawn in there. And then by the same token, there aren't people breathing in there either. So
It'll be real interesting. I think for you too, when your main display comes online, because it's going to be upstairs, and now you're going to get some circulation. Now, I haven't experimented with it yet, but I preemptively programmed my new furnace to just kick the fan on automatically every hour.
Right.
So that just helps move air, and then once I get my dehumidifier ducted out of this room and I start creating a negative pressure space, that'll start drawing air in here too.
Yeah. One Golf Jones says, Alex, I'm surprised you don't have a whole home generator with all you have invested.
I have a generator.
Yeah.
So
ours is coming. Ours is getting ordered.
The thing about the whole house one is there's a little bit bigger investment in that, and honestly, like, all the power over here is underground. And if something that bad happens over here, it's probably going to be a tornado, and a whole home generator or not, that might not make a difference.
Yeah.
Because it might not be at the house anymore. It might be someplace else.
Might be the last thing you worry about.
So,
well, we had a power outage here. I guess a transformer blew, and it just goes to show you. They talk here about how reliable the power is, and I said to my husband, "Okay, like right there is where, like we kind of been delaying, thinking we would order it in the fall, especially since my tank's not here yet. But you know." We may as well get that order put in, because apparently there is a bit of a wait time to get them. And yeah, so we got the quote and all that kind of thing. And we'll have to call the plumber and, start moving ahead. Or actually the electrician, not the plumber, the electrician that we're using is going to arrange that for us. Shorinsky, you're making me ask myself, do you even reef? All you got to do is look at Alex's videos from YouTube.
And the one thing I'll say too on the generator question, while I don't have a whole house generator and I do have one, I also have a gen plug outside, and I've already wired in a transfer switch.
Yeah.
So I could light up the whole house. Well, I shouldn't say the whole house, but if I'm in that bad a shape where I need it, I can power up. It's a 7,500 watt propane generator. So
right. Well, we're looking at a 12,000 kilowatt generator. It's the mid range. You can get, I guess, 8,500 or 12,000 or 20,000 of the ones we're looking at. I might be getting the numbers wrong, but we just picked the middle because we don't have a big, huge house. We only have the two of us. It's not like we're having to worry about running a lot of electrical equipment for a business or any of that kind of thing. So yeah, that's what we'll get.
The other thing too is, like, is it going to be fueled with gasoline or diesel or
it's
natural gas?
Natural gas.
Yeah. And that's the only thing too is, like, even when you have that and you get into an emergency power situation, just because you got it, you probably want to be sparing as much as you can.
Yeah.
The only thing with the natural gas is that, and I just know this because it's happened to me a couple of times, is what happens when the utility outage causes the natural gas lines to shut off.
Well, this is it. It depends on what the nature is of the blackout.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a crapshoot.
That'd be the only thing is I'd find out if you can have it where they can adapt a propane tank to it or something.
Yeah. Yep, that's a good point. Emmanuel D says, how's the humidity in that room? LOL. Well, Emmanuel, Alex is an expert on controlling humidity, and he's
What?
got the plastic sheeting to prove it.
Oop, I'm going to take the filter off. So right now we are at 42% with a high of 51% today and a low of 39.
There you go.
High of 77 degrees. It's currently 75 and fluorescently lit, or LED lit, I'm sorry.
So there you go.
That
It's
is all
working.
due to this lovely beast here.
Beauty. Cool. Hey, ATF in the house. Nice to see you. Sorry, Alex.
Oh, I was going to say, let's check the rest of the house.
Ooh, 44.
And go over here.
Do you have a steps app on your phone, Alex, to see how many steps you take every day going around the fish room?
Yes, I do.
Do we want to know the number? Are you willing to disclose it on average?
Oh, if it's a day where I'm walking and like when I walk and talk when I'm at work.
Yeah.
Working from home. So I've had days where I'm doing usually a day where I'm doing a lot of stuff. It's somewhere between 16 and 20,000 steps.
Oh boy.
Hold on. Now you got me intrigued here. Let me see. Yeah, it actually did say I did a lot of steps, but that kind of makes sense because I was listening to music and had my phone sitting on the charger.
Okay.
So
good item. CO2 scrubber.
But yeah,
What?
humidity control is an art.
I agree. Yep. Oh yeah, Johnny has a good question, and we haven't really ever talked about this, I don't think. Are you going to have insurance for the aquariums? Like Johnny Martinez is asking you and I, talking about storms, etc. And I can tell you right away from our insurance, this is something we looked into and we specifically had written into our insurance. And if anything catastrophic should happen to the aquarium, it is covered by insurance. And by that, we mean, let's say somebody drives into the front of the house and takes out the aquarium. Sounds far-fetched, but it happens a lot more than you would think. Or if there's, if there's space junk and it falls on the house and takes out the aquarium, it's covered. So for catastrophic things like that are not caused as part of the aquarium system itself, it's covered under insurance. And that's why it's so great to have YouTube videos, because it's easy to prove what you have. But if it's
the property piece of it isn't hard,
yeah,
that's usually all included. But the livestock, that ain't. Well, I put it this way: technically, yes, you could insure your livestock. I know people that have told me that they have done that, but that is a different level of cost.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's why our house insurance is more expensive than we thought it would be. It's probably 30% more than it was at our other house. And I'm sure it has to do with that rider for the aquarium. But you know what? So what? Like I said, the YouTube videos allow you to be able to prove what you have and the condition that it's in. And, that's...
Yeah, I would just look at it as if especially since, I built most of this.
Yeah.
I mean, they're not going to insure that.
Well, but you have material costs in there.
One Golf Jones, I work in Downers Grove.
Well, there you go. You guys are neighbors. Maybe not.
I don't live there, but I do work there.
I just think of that blackout that we had in 2000 and whatever that was, 3, when everything was down in the Northeast for how long? Like
2002, I think.
Was it 2002?
I think you could be right though too, because now Yeah, no, I lost a good chunk of my Tridacta clam tank, and that basically made me reevaluate reef keeping at the time, since I was still living with my parents and spending my whole pet store paycheck on aquarium stuff.
Yeah. Yeah. Skinner JW is asking, what if a seam busted? That's water damage that's covered within your house. And so if a seam busted and destroyed the flooring, leaked through to the basement, and had any kind of an impact on anything mechanical in the house, we had to do any rebuilding or re-drywall or any of that kind of stuff, that is covered. If a seam broke, we would be covered for that, depending on what the damage is. That's 300 gallons of water. It could be the whole main floor destroyed, depending on how it flowed.
That's why I'm in the basement.
Yeah.
I,
Yeah, exactly.
I will say this: if I have a catastrophic failure with my main tank, I would be shocked if the insurance company would pay out on anything. Just because they'd be like, well, who built this? And I'd be like, I did. And then they'd just probably be like, no.
I don't know. Somebody said one time, that's like saying your toaster oven shorted out and burnt down your kitchen, that the insurance company wouldn't cover it if you repaired the plug. There's no like personal liability for that kind of stuff. It's a fire, it happened, and they would cover it because it's a fire and it happened. The cause of it is something else altogether. It's not to say they might not sue you, or
well, and that's the thing, is that it depends on what it is that you did. So like my last home, I had put a new faucet in. We went, it had been installed for over 6 months. Wife and I had to go away for a few days for a family emergency, and we came back to our house flooded. And the faucet that I installed had a leak on it. And one of the fittings got loose. Why it held water for 6 months and never leaked before that? No idea.
It's Murphy's Law, just waiting for you.
But when the insurance company came in and looked at it, they asked who installed it. I said it was me, and they just said that's, they wanted to know who did it, so they were like, well, if a third party did it, they were like, we're going to go after them, but since it's you, there's nothing to do.
Yeah.
But, and this is just a general but to that kind of stuff, is that is something that a homeowner can do at any time. Changing a faucet's something that would be considered a common task.
Yeah.
But if you had redone all the plumbing yourself,
oh yeah,
and soldered all the joints and redid the walls, and that failed, there might be asking, well, did you get it inspected? Did you have a permit?
Yeah.
If you didn't have those things, then they might just say, sorry, you're just SOL.
Yeah, it's so hard to know, and they all have different sort of procedures and policies over that stuff. And I think it also depends on your claims history.
Yeah. I would put it this way, is that like one of the nice things in the basement is, despite this being a finished basement, I know how much it would roughly cost to redo the damage that would be done.
Yeah.
And I have kind of accepted the fact that that's just part of that could be an inevitability I have to face. Because I'm just gonna I don't even know if I would even bother with the insurance company.
Yeah.
So, but hopefully I never have to do that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you're on your second rodeo now, so Sharbuckle said he had a 65-gallon burst and caused $8,000 in damage to floors, and insurance covered the cost, luckily. Yeah. Oh, hey, Blue Carbon Reefing. Nice. I can't even speak. Hey, Blue Carbon Reefing. Nice to see you, John. Adrian Mitchell's asking, Alex, what pumps and wave makers are you using?
Well, in here, I've got two Gyre 250s.
The max specs?
Yep, mass specs. So they are running at 100% random. And then my main return is over there, which is probably pushing maybe 3,000 to 4,000 gallons per hour right now.
Mm-hmm.
And then I have two MP40s back here. I honestly don't even know what modes they're set in right now, but they're on, and they're at pretty decent flow. So, but yeah, that's what I got in here for now.
Cool.
So.
Hey, Mike. Mike says, "What's going on, guys?" Skinner JW says, "Insurance is a scam that we have no choice but to participate in." Oh, don't get me started.
It's one of those things that I have needed it a couple of times, and it has been the both times are water damage and not aquarium related, luckily.
Mm-hmm.
But they did take care of me pretty well. So
yeah, there are certain types of underwriting that are really antisocial, I think is the word for it. And I'm not going to get into it. The banks and insurance companies between the two, and apologies to anyone who works in those industries. But I really felt like a grown-up when I understood that they weren't there for me. They were there for their shareholders. And what they would do for me was what they're legally obligated to do. And sometimes not even that. But if you're willing to fight, you can get what you're entitled to legally. And so as long as you know that up front, that it might be a fight, then you're ahead of the game, because you really, I can't ever take it for granted that they're going to come through. And Johnny Martinez says, so in other words, it's an act of God. So now there's a new one. It's an act of Alex G.
I in no way, shape, or form tell anyone to do anything. It's all yours? On their own. They're doing stuff.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Well, it's not like you're telling people what to do. You're just showing everybody what you're doing.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun showing all this stuff, and yeah, I'll provide some general guidance on things, but
yeah,
I just saw somebody on Reef to Reef that I actually talked to them because they made a very large plywood tank, and they had it filled for about a week or two, and they blew the front seal right in this area and had a nice little fountain coming up. Well, and they only had one layer of 3/4 inch plywood there on a 10-foot span. Ooh. And it just buckled it. So
I think people don't understand the forces behind water. And even when it comes to using power heads in a tank, where you direct them and how you direct them, the pounding that the glass takes. And if there's any kind of a weakness over time, that consistent pounding takes its toll and becomes a real weak point, and a potential problem. Water's one of those things. It will always find a way through.
And that's one reason that, I really think the tanks that people have a standing wave in, they really look cool. Mm-hmm. But in a big tank, that's a lot of force that you're exerting on that tank, the stand, the floor, sloshing water back and forth. I'm talking those, I've seen people have waves that are a little taller, and I always just kind of go, oh, what does that do to a tank over, 5 years or something, It's like taking I guess a good example of what I used to do as a kid. You find the dead tree in the woods that you want to knock down. So what do you start doing? You start shaking it and rocking it back and forth.
Mm-hmm.
And eventually you'll hear a snap in a root or something and it comes crashing down.
Yep. Well, and it's not just that. And I don't even know what the correct terms, like scientific or mechanical or engineering terms are. Just from reading about hydraulics, it's almost like an oscillation. So depending on what the frequency of it is, the force behind the oscillation can build. And before you even know it, and that's, I mean, the whole 7-wave cycle is kind of like that. I mean, the forces behind that are they random? But you know what I mean? That it's like that 7-wave cycle is what avoids having those problems. So, like you're talking about a standing wave, if you have the same thing over and over and over again, it just creates that internal kind of focus point. I don't know. I'm not describing it very well, but it's accumulating. It's cumulative, and then one day it just finds a weak point and let's go. You know?
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's you're creating a vibration and a shift in the load. The structural load is being shifted, and
Yeah.
things. Just like they design skyscrapers and stuff, they do move.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the thing is, they do move, but they designed them to do that, and we don't typically design aquariums to flex.
Hey,
Like
we
they'll
don't.
always have a little bit of natural expansion contraction, but they're not designed for that.
Well, they're not designed to withstand it. I mean, glass flexes, and that's why you should never have it above a certain height once it's a certain width. Like there are proportions that you have to avoid. Otherwise, what the heck have I got under my chair here? Oh, sorry, I got my feet all wrapped up in the fiber optic cable. I don't want to roll my chair over that thing. But yeah, we don't appreciate that glass does flex. And when you design a building to be earthquake for earthquake prevention or to accommodate it, there are things you build into that don't get built into aquariums. You just have to take the proportions and understand that you can't have a 36-inch deep rimless tank that's 6 feet wide. You can't, because it's too tall. The glass it will flex enough to draw the silicone and it'll burst. So there's certain kind of parameters that you have to stay within. And if you start pushing those limits without Euro bracing or without a rim on it, that's why it always scares me when I see people taking a Marineland 180 and removing the top rim to make it rimless. Like, no, you can't do that.
It's all about understand, because even my tanks, I mean, to an extent, they, like the last plywood ones, they had a Euro brace, but I still did cross bracing on it. I still did cross bracing on this tank, and then even the sump tank here.
Yep.
I was looking, I'm like, it's only going to be about 50% full most of the time, and I'm like, yeah, temporary fill to 100% probably wouldn't hurt anything. And then I went, no, just do it right. Don't shortcut it, because that's where you start getting into problems. And I'm going to do the same cross bracing on my big display.
Yeah.
I'd rather it be overbuilt than some, I'd much rather be in that part where it's like, wow, that's never going to move, as opposed to someone going, ooh, I don't know about that.
Yeah, and there are certain points in the process where you can do that stuff and accommodate it within the process. If you realize later you have to do something, like remember when you had to build the walls around I think the original one, like you were able to accomplish that because you had the space, but it wasn't something you planned on.
Nope, and I still got them.
Yep.
Because now they're the walls of this tank.
Emmanuel D says, good point on the power heads. Made one of my acrylic tank bowed out big time with the Ecotech MPs hitting the front glass. It was scary when I put a ruler on the acrylic front panel. Yeah.
Yeah, and you might get a little natural bowing, and it's depending on what the water's hitting, that could put some force on it too. But most of the power heads aren't powerful enough to really have as much thrust. But I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I'm looking at having some pretty big power heads for my system, and that's why I'm gonna have them mounted to the canopy.
Yeah.
They're not even gonna touch the glass. So
yeah. Well, and Phil, Reefkeeper, in his new tank, I saw his Instagram said he's got Panta Ray power heads.
Yeah, that thing's like a little boat propeller.
So yeah, that'll be interesting to see in a big tank like that. I just got the 2 gyres, the max spec jump gyres, and I'm going to supplement maybe with a couple of smaller targeted power heads to put into spots that tend to collect detritus, and just kind of go slow and see how it works, because I still don't know what a gyre flow, whether it's going to give me the areas of low flow that I need for my large polyp corals like LPS, like Cinerinas and Scolies and things like that, because I don't want to blast them out of the water. And I'm finding it takes not much. It doesn't take too much. It only takes a little bit too much flow to start pushing the billowing tissue against the skeleton. So it's going to be interesting to see how it all works.
Right in the area underneath the gyres is the best spot.
Yeah, is that right? Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I put my bubble over here.
Yep.
And you can see, like, when I had it a little bit more forward, it was getting beat up a little bit too much, but it's basically perfect here. And you can see that frog spawn on the back's not really moving much either.
Yep.
So right underneath them is the best spot, because as the water gets thrown out, you can see it gets real turbulent.
Yep.
But once it gets more into the middle, it will start to curl and eddy.
Mm-hmm.
Even if the MP40s weren't here, it'll go all the way and it'll start coming back. But then the downward suction comes back pretty strong in this area. And then as you start getting a little closer, it kind of lifts up because of the water force. So
right. Yeah. Yeah, that's good to know, because I'll have lots of the way I plan to put the rocks, I'm going to leave quite a distance between the back of the aquascape and the back panel, probably at least 6 inches. And so there'll be good light there because of how I have the light set up. And I'm thinking that might be a nice place to tuck all of my big flowy LPS corals that I like so much.
yeah, it's definitely a good spot for them with the gyres that I found anyways.
Yeah.
So
cool.
yeah, I am looking forward to going down that road with starting to work on the big tank. So with this done, I'm almost there.
Yep.
So
yeah. So do you have so you've got your interconnect.
mm-hmm.
So where does the water exit then out of here?
So what I'm gonna do, like a week from, pretty sure it's Monday, is next week I'll get this filled with salt water. I'll get a power head running in it. It should be pretty close to temp anyways, because the room's 75.
Yep.
If I have to, I'll throw a heater in it real quick, but might even throw a little bit of algae or pods in there too to get them going. But I'm going to take the return line right here that's for the 400, and I'm going to close the valve, pull the 400's return pump, and then I'm going to put it into here, and then I'm going to hook it up to here. So I'll have my 400 return here, and then I'm going to close this off and drain this leg of the plumbing back because I got another union in there. I don't want it to be stagnant water back there.
Yeah.
So,
and so that line that you're going to drain, is that going to be part of the plumbing system for the display?
no, it'll just be so this from right here, this 1.5 back, it'll just be a dead leg for now. I'm going to keep it there though, in case I ever have an emergency or something. I have a line there already, so.
Oh, right, yeah.
So I could flow backwards and get a flow going this way.
Yeah.
Or I could flow it, from either tank back out to the 400 in the water storage tank.
Yeah. So almost like an emergency bypass if you needed it.
Yep. And since each side of this is threaded, I could always, like right now, there's a cap on the inside of the 265 holding the water back.
Mm-hmm.
So as soon as I'm ready to go and I got it mixed up to salt water, I'm going to go ahead and yank the cap off of that, allow it to level out, which it should be pretty darn close now.
Yep.
And then move that pump over, and then that will initiate this water going into the system. So, and at that point, I'll have over 2,000 gallons.
Wow. Cool. Yeah, Phil, I'm still here. I know Alex probably knows more about the pant array than I do. Do I have any chance of keeping sand bed with that much flow? Never had a big tank.
Well, so with that, it becomes more of a, if you start to mix in larger chunks of substrate, you can do it. It's just not, you can't have a fine sand. It's just not going to work. So like when this was a 480 and I had the sand in it, I had mixed up the crushed coral size in it to help keep it in place. And the water flow did move a lot of the lighter stuff away, or it fell to the bottom of the sand pile. But that was how I was able to do it. But I mean, a pant array is a different. Like I do plan to keep sand in my big reef tank, but it's not. I should put it this way: is that because of the size of the tank and the amount of water flow that I'm going to have in each section, I don't expect there to be any sand on the bottom of the SPS side of the tank. But as it goes more into mixed reef and softy and LPS section, there'll be sand there.
Yeah. Interesting. Yeah, that crushed coral, you're right. It doesn't take much flow to stratify the sand, because I mixed the Florida crushed coral in with Aragamax when I did Mollywood, and probably within, I want to say 6 to 8 weeks, all of the crushed coral was on the top. And I did have decent flow in that tank initially. Right now it's just the pump running with a couple of random flow generator nozzles. But I did have a power head in there at one time, and there was always just like a faint haze in the water for the first little while. And I think it was just the sand bed kind of adjusting itself. And eventually all of that crushed coral was on the top layer, and I just didn't like how it looked. So I ended up removing a lot of it. Oh, and Marcus Aurelus also says the center of the gyre between the rotor has low flow also. Oh, that's good to know. Yeah. Johnny Martinez. Oh no, you guys are making me really start worrying. My tank is still 1/4 inch out of level. What do you think? I would wonder, is it like one corner of the tank or one side of the tank? Like, I don't know, Alex.
What direction out of level are you? And is it the worst? The worst kind of being out of level you can have is what they call a torsion, where the tank
twist.
is twisting.
Yeah.
If you have that, that's a ticking time bomb.
And usually that happens when one corner is out, right?
Yeah, you got one corner, or it could be two corners out. It could be something just way off in the floor or the stand itself. You got to also watch too, like how is the tank sitting on the stand? Is it flat on the stand anywhere, or is there parts of the stand it's not touching? Because that could create a torsion too, where the stand is level, but when the tank sits on it, it's not aligning with that surface right. So
and that's, I think, maybe it's not an identical issue, but what was happening a while back with the Red Sea tank, certain ones, the stand itself was bowing downwards in the middle because there wasn't the proper support in order to allow the large enough sump to get in there. And so what was happening was that the stand was losing contact with the bottom of the tank and creating a gap. And that was causing problems where sometimes the silicone was, like the impact on the silicone was pushing it away. I don't know the exact details of how that worked, but there was a time when they did have some problems with that.
And I would say, well, I'll look at the 150 here, because this tank I had to re-level at once. So if you look at a tank like this, and the tank itself is on a slope down a little bit, like maybe you're off a 1/4 inch on one side, but it's a 1/4 inch front to back you're level all the way across.
Yeah, the entire thing. Yeah.
The front of the tank's off a 1/4 inch, the back of the tank's off a 1/4 inch, the water level is just off a 1/4 inch.
Yeah.
It's not good. You could that's something a little bit more livable with, but it's something that you should correct.
Yeah.
If it's leaning forwards or backwards, that is another one of those things where it's not good, but it's not twisting. My original 125 gallon tank was leaning forward about a 1/4 inch or 3/8 of an inch for years before my dad and I finally corrected it. And that was like my very first saltwater tank, which I look at that now and I'm like, that was just a really dumb idea considering it was leaning towards me laying on a bed.
Well, the 90 holding tank was out of level side to side. And that used to drive me crazy. Oh man, True Skills is here. I didn't even see him. Phil is just saying, thanks, Alex. I was going to use Tropic Eden Reef Flakes or Carib Sea Special Grade if I decide to use sand. Planned to go bare bottom, but I like the looks of sand.
The other thing you could do too, if you want to try and use those smaller sands and you don't like crushed coral, for example, another option might be, instead of just doing crushed coral, but if you have like some rubble rock and mix in some little bit bigger chunks of rubble that won't move, that might help kind of stabilize the sand. They might poke through a bit here and there, but it wouldn't be the look of crushed coral.
Yeah, you'd see sand, but there'd be something underneath that would be keeping it there.
Yeah, because you'd form little eddies and everything else that it'll still get caught up in there between the bigger, like, you had a little rubble rock like that and you got them spaced out every few inches, the sand's going to stick between them, but the rocks might poke out a little bit. But that might look a lot better than just crushed coral if you don't like that.
Yeah. Oh, interesting. What I didn't like about it is that the texture of it was such that some of it would change color and others wouldn't. So, for example, the little shells would stay white, but the little pebbles would get like gray or black. So in the end, instead of having nice white sand of a coarse texture, you had ended up with kind of a grayish look. And I just never liked that about it. Or if you were getting algae, for example, the algae wouldn't grow on or wouldn't form on the shells, but it would form on certain of the types of larger pebbles that were in it. And I just, over time, I just really started to dislike the look of it. I'm just going to bring Aaron in because True Skills, he's been waiting patiently, and I didn't see you, Aaron. I'm so sorry. Hello?
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, cool. I'm sorry that I kept you waiting so long. I didn't see you there.
It's always a bit of information when I come in here.
Cool. Yeah, so as far as sand goes, I think we've talked about that. Cool. Yeah. So how are things this week, Aaron?
Um, I moved my flower pot or the alveopora from over here to back here, and then I used the whatever this thing is, splash guard
Oh yeah,
to section off a section because you can see how bright it is.
right. I've done that. It's just translucent enough. It cuts the light but doesn't completely eliminate it.
Yeah, so hopefully that gives that enough to where it starts regaining color. I went back and looked at some of my pictures right after I got it, and it's bleached out completely.
Oh.
I
Hey,
mean,
Tyler D.
it's still got some color, but nothing to speak of.
Yeah. Cool. And how are all the fish doing? You still got your blenny grazing on the algae?
Yeah, he's right there.
Oh, and you still have the coral beauty.
Yep.
Oh, look at him. Such
Right there.
character.
Yep. My only problem is when I got my when I got that, it's felt on the inside. And I'm not about to take a metal razor and go through here and accidentally mess up the caulking. So
Oh, yeah.
kind of the reason why in front of my glass looks all bad. And I mean, you start to see the side of the glass right here. It's crazy because the back side of the tank where the light is not at, there's no coralline growing, there's no algae growing, nothing. It's only where the light touches.
Yep. Yeah, makes total sense.
I think it's weird, but that's me.
Well, no, algae grows in light.
Well, I know that, but I would figure like the coralline algae and the calcification like this, I figure that would start in on the back wall, and it's not. If it's not in the light, the coralline algae is not growing, period.
No, because it's the type of algae that does need light. Definitely.
See, I didn't know that.
Yeah. Yeah. No, it grows in light. So even if you get a whole bunch of it in your tank, you won't have it everywhere in your tank because it won't grow where there's no light. So you won't, like some people think it affects the surface of the rock, the biological filtration capabilities.
Yeah.
But there's way more of your rock that doesn't get light that will still act in that capacity. So if it gets covered with coralline, it only grows where the light hits. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Johnny Martinez says, I see what you're saying, Alex G. It's like you first mentioned, it's out longwise from front to back, it's level. I better empty and correct it. Oh boys. Oh geez. You wouldn't have to totally empty it, would you?
I would say you're probably good going about 50%. And then if it depends on how long the tank is. Like if it's like a 6-foot tank or something, you're going to need a couple people to try and push if they can a little bit, like depending on what kind of surface it's on.
Yep.
Or if you can't do that, then yeah, you might have to level it down to like a quarter capacity. And then you could try to maneuver it. You just got to be real careful. You don't knock depending on how the tank is on the stand, that you don't knock the tank out of the center of the stand.
Oh, yeah. And you know what? MB Reef, if you're still here, I feel really awful because I got so caught up in conversation, I forgot to send you the link. I will do it right now. And if you're still here, you're welcome to come in. And if not, I really apologize and maybe we can get you next week. Yeah, so I'm going to do this.
What are those little stars called, Alex?
They're like an Astrea star.
That's what I thought they were. Those are the ones that can rapidly reproduce and take over a tank, correct?
Oh yeah, they're all over here, but I don't really. They never hurt anything. Not this particular species. I've never had them. They've never been a problem.
Okay.
They never survived the predatory tank though. They got eaten in there.
The next thing I was going to ask you is, you plan on holding some harlequins just to keep those boogers at bay?
I doubt it. I've had them. Oh heck, you can see how many of them there are back there.
Yeah.
Every one of those spots is one. I I don't know. I just everything's got its purpose. There's always a balance for stuff. If they started eating coral or something, I get some harlequins, but I don't even worry about it. They've been relatively harmless in here.
Good.
There are different species of them though too. So this particular one isn't going after anything, but it's not to say that a different one, they might start chewing on things.
Yeah. Well, I can say I got some growth on my stuff. What is it? The little what was that thing called? The Piscosoma or whatever it was?
The mushroom?
No, the one hard coral I couldn't identify.
Oh, we thought it was maybe Porites or Pavona without getting a closer look at it. Hard to tell.
It was like Piscoma or something like that. It was a funny P name.
Pavona, maybe?
I'd have to say no, and I'm not sure it's a chalice. Sorry, what'd you say, Alex? You're breaking up pretty bad.
Samacora.
Oh, Samacora.
Yeah.
That starts with a P.
Yeah. It's like I looked at it last night, right after I had dosed some Fido, and like I saw tentacles out.
Oh, cool.
So it's doing good.
But Samacora is is an SPS related to Montipora, isn't it? Does it get tentacles?
I mean, it looked fuzzy as all craziness, and it's not a fuzzy that I've ever seen on it.
Yeah, Calypso said he thought it was a Pavona.
And I gotta find where that picture I took. See, my problem is that like it was a freebie for me, so I can't honestly say what it is. That's a lot of rock, Alex.
Look at Alex showing off all his rock. So much rock. Oh, here's Filipino Reefer. I'm going to bring Benny in so he can show us all of the disasters going on. Hey, Benny.
Hello, Cindy.
How are you? Your baby's so cute. I was smiling looking at the picture you sent.
Thank you.
Is he doing well?
He's doing great. He doesn't want to be left alone. He wants to be carried.
Right.
So I had him on my arm since 8-ish, and it's about almost 2 hours when I was able to put him down.
Oh boy.
And yes.
Wow. So now you're able to relax a bit. He's sleeping.
Just a little bit. And in a few or a couple hours he'll be back up again.
Yeah, he's at that stage.
Yes.
ATF in the house says Samacora can have leaders tentacles, so maybe it is a Samacora. And they encrust?
It's encrusting onto the frag plug, so
yeah. Do you have a UV flashlight, Aaron?
My son has one of those little push blues, but for the most part, I can't honestly say I have one.
Yeah, if you ever get a chance to pick one up, I often use mine to figure out what's going on with some coral if I'm not sure. because if it's got fluorescence, you can usually tell which parts of it are alive or dead or doing better than other parts.
Ah, gotcha.
Not all of them do react or do fluoresce under UV, but most corals do. And it's not a color you'd expect, but they really show like the healthy parts.
Let's go with purple here.
Oh,
It's got some color to it.
yeah. Oh, cool.
Once we finish this stream, I'll take a picture of it.
Yeah, that'd be great. So, Benny, your tank's actually looking pretty good.
Thank you. It actually looks really, really bad, to be honest. I have a couple of corals that are closed up, and they're not very happy. Like I said earlier, I have an egg problem, and protein skimmer motor went bad,
Oh, gee.
and actually, let me see. I think you could see the egg at the scopa tank. I don't know if you could see it that close, but it has some white spots all over
Oh, yeah.
the front and back. Yeah, I mean he's eating. He's
Yeah,
eating
and
a lot,
he's not lethargic. He's moving around pretty good from the looks of it.
right? And the rest of the clownfish have some white spots too. So I guess I'm gonna hold on buying any more fishes for now until they're cured. I guess because
Yeah.
it's gonna be really sad.
Yeah.
But hopefully I can get rid of it. I'm currently using the Rally Pro right now,
Yeah.
and the combination of kick ick, and it's sad. So I've been battling with this for a few days now. Next week
And
would go ahead.
how do you feel about your water quality with the parameters and everything, the nutrients? Is it good for them?
I think it's bad. I think it's very bad. Um, just because I haven't been doing a lot of water changes as well. I've been busy
Yeah.
with the newborn.
Uh-huh.
I think that's what it is because I used to do a lot of water changes. I would say 10 gallon a week
Yeah.
on a 40 gallon.
Yeah.
And since when I stopped, it just went sour.
Hmm.
So you should see good things too. I sold a lot of the corals that I had in my tank.
Yeah.
If you look at it, except for this rainbow hammer, he's
Mm-hmm.
kind of doing okay early in the afternoon. Right now, he's just shrinking because my lights go off at 10 o'clock. So I had to extend it for a moment. So they're
Thank
actually
you.
just, they're just going to bed. That's the octospawn or Frammer, I think. I
Mm-hmm.
forgot what the name is. And the Duncan back there is not doing good. The hammer back there, pretty much everything is not doing good in the tank. Since I can't really do a lot of water change because of the medicine I'm using in the tank,
Yeah.
they're doing awful. My Akins, normally they're like fluffy, open. Oh yeah, another thing I had a problem with is that you see the bottom, the sand. I think that's cyano, right?
Yeah, so your phosphates are maybe high?
Last I checked was 0.0.
That
A and B, the Red Sea
yeah,
for the
yeah.
coral food.
That broke up a lot. So what was your phosphate?
I think it's last I checked was 0.05. Can you hear me?
0.05. Oh. Yep.
Yeah,
Yeah. It just went really robotic for a second. And you're using coral food?
yeah, the coral food A and B plus.
Oh.
So I'm using that, and I was using PhytoFeast to feed the corals, but I stopped just because I saw the results of my corals not doing too good.
Yeah.
In addition to the cyano, I guess that's a cyano on the sand bed.
Yeah.
Um, I tried moving the wave maker to blow the sand, but I think it's a little too strong for what I have. So I gotta play around with it,
Yeah.
see where it goes. But I don't want to put my hands in there now, especially there's an ick in the system.
Yep.
I don't want to stress the fish even more. So
Yeah.
I'll just probably wait until the treatment is over, another week,
Hmm.
and then hopefully they survive. I don't know. Have you ever used Rally Reef Pro? I mean,
No,
yeah.
no, I haven't. I was just thinking that maybe part of what's contributing to it is if you're feeding the fish well to keep them healthy, maybe for like temporarily discontinue the coral food so you're not adding to the nutrients. Like somebody said, cyano lives off. Marcus Aurelius says cyano can live off many things. It might not just be phosphate. Um, but like if it was me, I would back off on the coral food for a little while, especially if you're having issues with being able to do water changes, just so that you don't add to the nutrient load. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm gonna
And,
do that. I'm gonna
and
definitely gonna do that.
and still feed the fish because it's important that they stay healthy and eating, and maybe the corals will get some of the byproducts of what they don't eat,
Right, right, right.
and just see if it turns around a little bit. If you're unable to do a water change, maybe that would make a different difference. Oh, we lost Alex. He must have tried to turn off his camera. Yeah, it's too bad. It's one of those things where you don't know what to do because there's so many things going on all at the same time. Marcus Aurelius says Rally Reef is an antiseptic medicine, not really for ick.
Well, I'm using the Rally Reef Pro with a combination of the kick ick, not really to eliminate the ick that I know, but
Yeah.
it kind of helps a little bit to relieve the stress from the fish, I guess.
Hmm.
So I'm just crossing my finger. I hope I can, I
Yeah.
can.
Well, I think one thing you have to be really careful of with antiseptics is you don't want to start affecting the bacteria balance. And I don't know whether all bacteria would be susceptible to that. But, maybe that's another aspect of it. I don't know. Am I wrong that antiseptics would impact bacteria? Maybe I'm
Um,
thinking of antibiotics.
Maybe I'm not sure.
Yeah. It's always something, right?
Yeah, and plus the protein skimmer stopped working, and it's it's uh it's a challenge. It's a
Yeah.
challenge.
Yeah, no
Now that
kidding.
everything happened, now that Reefapalooza is coming up shortly,
Uh-huh.
so I'm like iffy about buying or adding any more corals. Having this issue in
Yeah.
in the tank, I don't want to buy any expensive corals, and
Yeah.
a few months later, I'll have some coral algae growing in them.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So, but I
Well,
figured I share this to everybody, not just the
yep.
beauty of the reefing, but also the bad side of it,
Yep. Yep.
and how to fix the problem, I guess, or put a band-aid. I'm not sure.
Yeah, and on a really basic level, I guess, the water change thing, if you were in a routine of doing a lot of them that suddenly changed, then um, until you can get back to that, you might be fighting the battle for a while.
How long do they normally last, the cyano? Is it like a stage that I have to go through, or it's there until I improve myself?
Well, whatever it's using as a nutrient source is what needs to be taken care of so that it doesn't have anything to live off. And people are saying in the chat, different things that cyano lives on. Cyano can live off CO2 captured from ambient air, even if phosphates and nitrates can be near zero. Because once again, there's a bunch of different types, I think, of cyanobacteria. And I don't know whether maybe the Raleigh Reef you were thinking might be fighting the cyano. Oh, hey,
Yeah,
Marcus's Reef. Sorry.
it could be because I'm adding not only Raleigh Reef, I'm also adding prior to that, I'm also doing the Vibrant once every 2 weeks.
Yep.
I'm
Well,
adding
here,
that and Nopox as well every day just to keep the phosphate low.
oh, ATF in the house says Raleigh Reef plus kick ick and remove carbon. Follow 14 to 21 days. You can do water changes. Also run UV 24 hours for 3 days. Then at night until you're done with the treatment and 2 more weeks. So I'm wondering if you've got so much going on with dosing different things that maybe are fighting with each other.
Yeah, maybe because I have the Vibrant that I've been using, Nopox. A week ago, I just started the Kick Ick and Rally Pro. In addition, I still dose or drip dose the cock washer by itself.
Hmm.
So maybe with all those combined, my system is not doing too good,
Yeah.
including the water change that I'm
Yeah.
not doing.
Yeah,
So,
sometimes you get a perfect storm, right?
Come on.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah. So I don't
Yep.
know.
Skinner JW says cyano happens when there's an imbalance in the system. Well, Taran fought cyano.
Oh, did she? How did she manage to fix it?
I can't remember, but it took her a while, but she finally got it gone. Hey, Marcus's Reef and Diacanthus Reef, thanks for coming by. Thanks for the stream. Have to play catch up again later. Good night. Good night, man.
Oh, Alex said that he had to drop stream.
Ah, okay.
It's in the chat for the whatchamajilly.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
got it. Well, thanks for coming by, Alex. It's always good to see what's happening with you. Marcus's Reef said, I'd rather have cyano any day over dinos.
Yeah, for real.
And Skinner JW says to stop the Vibrant.
Yeah,
Hey,
I guess I'm going to do that. I'm gonna stop the vibe.
Is that Nopox from Fish of Hex?
No, it's Nopox from Red Sea, and I believe Vibrant. I forgot the name of it. It's just a regular common Vibrant.
Look up the what is it? NO4PO3 or NO3PO4 from Fish of Hex. I could be completely mistaken right now, and either it's supposed to kill it and reduce it, or it's additional that you can add into the tank. I believe it's the latter, not the first. I could be wrong.
It's what you would put in to increase nitrate and phosphate if your nutrients are too low. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, I'll look into it, but for now, I'll see where this goes.
Yeah.
It's sad to see the corals not doing too well, the fishes not doing too well.
Yep.
And
have you tried putting those color change polyfilters in yet?
No, I took everything out because based on the instructions on how to use the Rally Pro and Kick Egg, you're supposed to turn off or remove the protein skimmer, UV sterilizer, and any other mechanical filtration. So the only thing I have here in the back is I have a Kato, and I just daily or every 2 days change the filter sock. That's the only thing I do. So hopefully in a week, the kick ick, I don't know if it's gonna get cured or not. If not, I'm gonna just put all the filtration back in together,
Mm-hmm.
I guess, and go from there. I mean, if yeah.
you could consider that poly filter that changes colors as kind of like a filter sock. It literally, for the purposes I'm thinking of, you could just literally put it in the filter sock and just let it stay there. It could be a 1-inch cube,
Yeah.
just big enough to where it's going to make the color change to tell you what's in the tank.
Hmm.
Hmm.
I'll give that a
And
try.
how long have you been using the Kick and the Rally?
Kick is 7 days. 7 days. It's actually no, 9 days already. I've
Yeah.
been using it for 9 days because I keep a log on it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm supposed to put Kick on the third day. So if I
Right.
put it on the first day, I skip second day, third day, and I put it on the fourth day. So I skip 2 days again, and I put it on the following day.
Hmm.
So I have a log on that. That's been 10 days, and the Rally Pro, it's every day.
Right.
So
And how long? Like, is there a specific length of time you're supposed to do it, or do you just wait till you see improvement?
what they say to maximum of, well, not maximum, the Rally Pro, it's at least 3 days to whenever you don't see any spots anymore. The Kick Ick treatment is 2 weeks, 14 days. Longer
Okay.
if it's still there. So I'm not sure if I could do more than 2 weeks.
Right. And have you looked into whether those two aren't compatible with each other?
They
Yeah,
are.
that's
They are
They
compatible
are?
because
Okay.
if you buy them, it's a combo.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, it's under one box. So if you bought the Rally Pro by itself, it'll tell you need Kick Ick for better chances,
Right.
or vice versa.
What's your water change regimen?
It used to be, well, I haven't done it for a couple of weeks. I just did one yesterday, but before yesterday, it's been 3 weeks, I'd say. Normally, I do every week. That's what I do in this tank because this is a 40 Nuvo all-in-one.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So maybe I'll start again after this last week. This coming week, I'm gonna start doing every week of water changes, um, and see where it takes me. See where
Okay.
it takes me. Yeah, but
I almost guarantee when
it's
you start doing the water changes, it's going to help kill off the problem you have.
yeah. The corals, and the algae, maybe, or the cyano will definitely help. But but the ick, I don't know. It's gonna be a pain in a behind to fix that because I mean the other alternative I could do is to set up a quarantine tank, which I've done a while back. Set
Yeah,
up a 10-gallon.
that's what someone was asking about in the chat,
Yeah,
because figuring that way the corals don't get exposed to the meds.
which is the copper. Yeah, I mean I still have the testing kit for the copper, and I still have the tools, the instrument. I just got
Oh,
to get
Lord.
myself a 10-gallon tank,
Yeah, you might want to
um,
do that.
just to keep the fishes alive. Hopefully, I could try that one day. But
Um, who was it? Joey, the king of DIY. Um, he did a thing with ick. And it was something along the lines of the warmer the water you can get them and still keep them alive, like 81, 82 degrees, it speeds up the ick cycle.
correct. Yep, that is actually very true. I've done that before when I had my 40-gallon breeder with a sump, and I think I had either a 10-gallon or a 20-gallon quarantine tank. The higher the temperature is, the better. Keeping our salt salinity at 0.021 helps.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yep, and fish can handle that as long as you take it back up really slow when you go to put them back.
right, that is correct.
Well, they can take less than that Because if I'm not mistaken, most stores keep their fish tank systems at 1019.
90. Well, I mean, stores keep well, at least based on what I have in my area, they have it at 0.021, but you can lower it to 0.18. I've seen it before. I never done it, but I've seen it before.
It's kind of almost like training mollies to go into salt water. You got to slowly acclimate them up.
Yeah. I'll give it a
Oh,
try. I'll see
but-
what I could do.
So yeah, if you do that, you would do it in a quarantine tank though, right? Because Calypso's saying don't raise the temp, you'll kill ick and at the same time kill the corals.
Yep.
Oh,
So,
yeah.
but you're talking about doing that in a separate quarantine tank.
Oh yeah. I'm not gonna put copper in my
No,
tank
no.
now. No. I've I'll put in a separate tank. I just gotta see what I could do when it comes to space, because space is limited in where I live at.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it's a problem.
It's tiny, especially.
A 10-gallon on the kitchen counter. Wife ain't gonna like it, but you'll keep your fish.
That you said the magic word. You said the magic word. I'm lucky I was able to keep this tank, or at least swap from a 40-gallon breeder to all in one.
Hmm.
We're both happy about this because it doesn't take that much space.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, that's what Mollywood or the observation tank is. It's a Nouveau 40.
So you had a Nouveau 40, right?
Yeah, I do. Yep,
Yeah.
that's going to be my observation tank. In fact, when I get my fish tomorrow, that's where they're going when they come home.
Yeah, I mean, I love this tank. I really, really like it. It's pretty cool.
Yep.
Just I'm not used to. I have to get used to it because what I had before was wider and
Yeah.
wider
Yeah.
and longer,
Yeah.
and I had that sump in the bottom.
Yeah.
So, but
So then your plan is you're going to temporarily discontinue the coral food
yep, yes,
and
I will.
stop the vibrant
Yep, I'll do that.
and get a QT if you can to get the fish out.
Hopefully, in a week's time, after I'm done with the treatment,
Yeah.
then I'll see if I could find a little hole in the wall. I
Yeah.
can put a little 10-gallon there and see where it goes. But if I can't, I'm sorry.
I said crazy enough, depending on where your fridge is located, there's a prime spot.
Tempting. I don't
I
know.
mean, it's not taking any counter space, so you're not gonna, make your wife a little unhappy. So
Yeah.
Hey,
I mean,
listen, in our house, it's the husband who gets unhappy because the wife's got all her aquarium crap all over the place. So there you go.
it's a matter of keeping the other one happy.
Yep, the spouse. You got it. The people you live with need to be accepting of what you're doing.
yeah.
That's why I'm glad mine started picking out fish.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, she picked a fish I've never had, but okay, I'll give it a try.
Yeah. Yeah, Benny, I mean, just looking at it now, I see everything you're talking about as far as the corals don't look happy, but we don't, like, I'm not seeing polyp bail out or dead heads on the Euphilia or anything like that. And some of them actually look pretty happy. So
Yeah.
I don't think you're at critical mass at this point, but
I mean,
it could tip over the balance. You just don't know, right?
yeah. If I move closer, you could see that Rockozoa, the top left corner.
Yeah.
Top left, they're all closed out. Maybe I guess I have the wave maker too strong. I'm not sure.
Are
Yeah.
those
If you look at
pouties or those?
there's Zoas. I'm not sure what that is.
Those
I
are
got
pretty
that.
big zoes.
Yeah, I got that from Hector Calypso's Reef. I have that one close from the close ones. I got that from Hector, but the ones on the right below it, I got that from the local fish store and Top Shelf Aquatic.
Hmm.
Right there.
Yeah. Yeah. Like looking here, like the water's just a tiny bit hazy, but that just could be the glass or the light. I always
It,
found the way the light shone in the 90 gallon, it always looked hazy, even though it wasn't to the eye.
it looks hazy because I'm putting a little medication.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's what happened. But prior to me putting medication, actually, it looks very clear.
Yeah.
Especially when I put in the UV sterilizer,
Yeah.
it's really wow. I
Yeah.
could see through it.
Yep.
But
Makes a huge difference.
like you could see that one is closed up. It hasn't
Yeah.
been open for a week since I started with the medication.
Yeah.
I mean, this one is open in the morning, the afternoon.
Yeah.
Not much. I think I have my Setosa back there dying.
Hmm.
It's bleaching on the top. I don't
Yeah.
know if you guys can see it.
Yeah.
That's my little nugget off Walt Disney.
Hmm.
It's kind of hard to see, but that Stylopora came from Calypso. It's not doing too well as well.
It looks like it's got STN.
Yeah, that's what I think it is. But if you look at the bottom, I have my Cypastrius doing quite all right.
Yeah.
It may be
Yeah.
getting too much flow up top then.
Yeah, I have my Jawbreaker mushroom at the back, happy, which I forgot to put him in a little container and he flew away from the rock. And now he found a spot where I can't take him off. Now he's
Yeah.
just there hiding.
Yeah. Marcus Aerolis says Setosa likes lower light.
Oh, it is. It does. Okay.
Yeah, because they're a Montipora. They're a type of Montipora.
Yeah. I mean, on my 40-gallon breeder, I had him in the back wall glued on the top, and he was very happy. So I figured if I put him here, it'll be the same.
Yeah.
So,
As you guys
But-
hear, my puppy.
yeah. I got a
Yeah,
couple of
like-
sticks.
Up close, I would say it's like a lot of people's tanks. Some stuff's doing great, other stuff's hanging in there, other stuff's really not happy. So I wouldn't say that you're nearing any kind of a disaster just from what we're looking at here.
Right.
So if you make a couple small adjustments, you might be able to get through the next couple weeks
Yeah,
until
I'm
you stop
hoping
the
after
medication.
right, and then I'll do my weekly water change. I'm hoping that
Yeah.
everything comes back when it comes to the cyano algae. But and with the ick, oh, that's gonna be a fun challenge again. Because it took me
Yeah.
last time. It took me 3 months. 3 months with a quarantine tank, plus
Yep.
another month to put him in a tank by itself and then transfer it over. So it's a long
It is. Yeah.
long process. It's a long. I mean,
Yeah.
if you don't
And-
have any patience, oof.
Well, and you're essentially looking after two tanks.
Yeah.
So, you double your work, and the tank with the quarantine tank needs extra observation to make sure things are good because of adding medication and the potential for the fish to, not be like to get sick, and stressful.
Yeah, so I guess for the following week event, month event of Fipolos, I'm just gonna go ahead and watch and enjoy the show instead
Yeah.
of buying. My alternative would be from buying corals is probably getting a Neptune Apex and a Trident. I'm not sure if that's a great idea for an all-in-one 40-gallon tank. What do you think?
Honestly, I would love to get something that would do testing for me. And I mean, I'm looking at different options and trying to figure out a way that I don't want the Neptune one because I don't have that whole system. but people who have it seem to like it, and they're quite happy with it. So, maybe it's time to invest in the equipment, even if it is a 40-gallon tank. Like, I mean, it still has the same needs, right? As far as parameter measurement and stuff like that. So, yeah,
Right. I'm
yeah,
contemplating whether I should get the Neptune Apex or the GHL. So whether, yeah, I'm in between. Like you
yeah, and
said,
I'm
everybody's using Neptunes.
Well,
A
the
lot of
good
people
thing,
are using Neptunes, but GHL, I only heard it from a couple of people on YouTube, like
yep,
Telegram,
yep,
Reef, whatever that little guy
yeah,
with glasses. He has a
yep,
GHL.
yep,
Not a whole lot of people are using GHL, so I'm kind of like challenged to get the GHL instead of the Neptunes,
yep.
because I believe Neptune is very, very easy to use.
Yeah, and I don't think of it that way, but the thing about the Neptune, like the Apex, is there's a huge community of people who have it. So there's lots of help out there if you need it.
yeah,
And
that's
I
what I was
think
just about to say.
the GHL is probably I
Too
wouldn't
new
call
for the
it
system.
higher end, but I would say it's German engineering. It's well respected. It did originally have problems with the interface and the software, but apparently that's improved. And
Hmm.
you still do have access to people who are very successful and who use it. So it's six of one, half
Yeah,
dozen of the other. I think GHL is a lot more expensive as a system than Neptune.
yeah, it's probably $100
So
more, which
yeah.
is
Oh, it must be different in the States because in Canada, it's to get set up with a full GHL system would cost almost $3,000 here.
Wow.
yikes.
Which, well, because the exchange, yeah.
Well, that and import taxes and all that other happy nonsense.
Oh, it's
Yeah,
ridiculous.
makes sense.
So,
It makes a lot
so
of sense.
even in the chat, people are saying Mark Teffer's saying Apex was a game changer for me. Can see almost everything in near real time. Emmanuel D says I'm using both GHL Profilux and Apex. So, Emmanuel D, which one do you like better? So there's
Let's
I
take
guess
a
the
vote.
point.
Let's take a pool.
Yeah. And the point is you're not on your own, right? Like you've got help available if you need it to get it set up and running.
Yeah, yeah. It is. There's a lot of big community here, and
Yeah.
I guess in New York City,
Yeah.
I know a lot of people in the forums have Apex.
Yeah.
Not much of the GHL. So
Yeah.
I'm contemplating, but I want to see which one is better, has a better monitoring system, has more up to date, and what have you, all the good
Yeah.
stuff.
Yeah. Well, and I guess the other thing is being tethered to a system where every time you want to do something else, it costs you a couple $100 because you have to buy all the little pieces.
Yeah,
So, but that's one of those things that I guess if it's modular like that and you don't need all the bells and whistles, you don't have to pay for them. But if you decide to start adding things on, at least you have the option.
right. So yeah, I'm deciding. I'm still thinking about what to do. Either
Yep.
get corals. Hopefully, this is my water parameters are okay next week or in 2 weeks
Yep.
before Reefapalooza, or if not, I'll probably. I'm not sure if I'll get the Neptunes. We'll see, because I really want to see hands on both Neptune and Apex. Just kind of touch it and see. Okay, do I
Yep.
like you or not like you?
Yeah.
I
Yeah, exactly.
kind of want to feel it
Exactly.
first before I purchase it.
Yeah.
Play around with it, see if I can. Hey, this is easy to to
Yep.
decipher.
Yep.
So I'm on that stage now.
Yeah.
We'll see. We'll see how it goes.
Yeah. Hmm. And your fish, they look happy.
Yeah, they do. It's just I feel bad. They had that white spot, so I'm sure inside them, they're burning.
Yeah.
They are burning because, like right now, I just saw the rasp picking on the scopa tang, white
Yep.
spots.
Yep.
So sometimes I see the cleaner shrimp trying to clean the Nemos too,
Yep.
the clowns. We'll see. Hopefully that fixes it.
It can't hurt.
Yeah, with the hopefully the cleanup crew will fix it. The egg problem at the same time. Hopefully the cleanup crew will also help the algae or the cyano, because I forgot to say, I bought chestnut snail.
Hmm.
I bought chestnut snails. I bought emerald crab. Um, let's see. I bought a couple of more things. I forgot. But like these are the chestnut snail right here, the big one.
Yep.
This is a torture snail, and right below it is the chestnut snails. Oh, I bought hermits, blue and red hermit crabs, in addition to the regular hermit crabs. So hopefully, all those cleanup crew will help me fix the
Hmm.
problem I'm facing. In addition to the water change down the road.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
Yep.
I really want my corals to come back, especially the acants and the euphyllias.
Yeah.
That'd be
And
very,
and
very nice.
and you know, like I've been exactly where you are. Just hearing you describe all of the things that you're doing.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know if you ever saw the one video that I did. I think it was 6 things that turbocharged my reef tank. And I lined up all the products I was using around the top of my tank.
I might have. I might have.
Yeah, and I was shocked at all the stuff that I had been using. And it got so complicated. And I started using things for a reason, and then I forgot why I was using them, and I just still kept using them. And yeah, I really had to step back and say, okay, what am I going to stick with? What is extra that I really don't even know why I'm doing it? And it was hard. It was really hard to step back and go, yep, 30 products, and out of those, I ended up with 3.
Wow.
Crazy.
Wow. And you're
But-
still reefing.
Yeah.
You're still reefing.
And somehow I got through it.
Yeah, yeah. I'm like, oh, should I continue or should I not?
Yeah.
So,
And
I don't know.
honestly, I think sometimes there are stages in your life where your priorities have to change.
Yeah.
And you're young enough that as your life changes and your priorities shift around, you can always come back to it if you do decide that you're going to take a break from it. And I mean, I'm in no way encouraging that, but
Yeah.
sometimes if you have a plan and you just think, imagine how you would feel if you made that decision. And if your gut tells you it's the right decision, it can
Yeah.
just be temporary. But don't sell your equipment.
No, actually, you know what? I have my main on my old tank. I still have my Reef Octo return pump and the protein skimmer. So that I'm keeping with the dosing pump. The dozer, yeah. So that I'm keeping because those are the main. That too is the main ingredients.
Yeah.
For having everything cycled up. So I'm keeping. The lights is easy to get. That I know for a fact. Maybe I'll do a 120 one day.
Yeah.
And take a little break, I guess, maybe on my side, because that's another factor too. That's why I don't want to go all out. Is I need to relocate my home at one point.
Yeah.
I gotta relocate. So having the whole system move from one to the other, it's a bit of a challenge.
Yeah.
So that's why maybe I'll take a break, see how it is, and then once I move, I'll start fresh and go from there.
Yeah. Well, you'll know if you decide and you suddenly feel a weight's lifted off your shoulders, you'll know it's the right decision.
Yeah.
And it's really, you're the only one that can make that decision for yourself.
It's hard.
It is hard. Yeah.
It's I'm so attached to it, and
well, it becomes part of your identity.
Yeah.
Because you invest so much of yourself into it, like emotionally and intellectually and time.
And suddenly I'll just poop, no more water in the tank.
Oh yeah.
No
I'll tell
water.
you, the time when I spent almost a year without a reef tank. I had
Did
one, but
you?
it wasn't in my house, right? This past year, it was at my daughter's place.
Oh, that's right.
Oh, that
And
drove me
it
crazy.
it was really hard because every time she would text me, I would dread her texts because I would think, "Oh my God, now what happened?"
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And anyway, but I really, really missed it. So,
I went
you know,
without a tank for almost pretty close to 2 years.
Wow, 2 years. Wow.
Well, I moved from Nevada over here to the East Coast, and yeah, I guess I got used to being spoiled in Nevada because even in the low end areas, like in the hood, you still had leveled floors. I haven't been in a house in this state that has leveled floors.
Well, forget about level floors. You have space.
yeah.
You have space in Nevada. You got a wide space.
Not in Vegas.
Oh, in the actual, okay. Well, I was thinking about more of like the outside skirt of the strip. I mean, I've been to Vegas plenty of times.
Yeah,
Plenty of times. Yeah.
I grew up and lived in North Las Vegas for quite some time.
Yeah. Which is not far from
Nellis Air.
San Bernardino County in LA when I used to live in LA for 2 years, 3 years. I used to go there. Yeah, it's a good fun. It was a good drive from Los Angeles to Vegas.
Isn't San Bernardino's on the
East.
Vegas side of Victorville, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I know the Victorville sign to
It's
the outskirts of Vegas is something like right at 200 miles.
yeah, it's not that far, but it's right off 15 freeway,
Oh, okay.
10 to 15, and then east from there. As far as what I can remember, but
Gotcha.
yeah, but we're not that far off. But New York City, when it comes to locations and spaces, it's really tight. That's why it's kind of hard.
That's what I was used to in Vegas, and then I moved out here, and yes, some of the houses here are cookie cutters, but it's a whole different change of pace out here. It's insane the difference between a major city, 3-4 million people, 35 miles wide, and then moving to a state that has less of a population than the city you just moved out of.
Oh yeah, I know. I've been here all my life.
Hey, Benny, Marcus Aerolis says, I have an Apex and I like it, but if it breaks, I probably won't buy another one. So, hey, Straight Reefer. Nice to see you.
Hey, what's up, Straight Reefer?
And hey, Marcus's Reef. Cindy, I'm actually surprised you got a controller after watching previous streams, but I know how it is. This hobby is ever changing. Yep, and the Hydros came along at just the right time for me because I wanted something to monitor things. I'm not probably going to use it to do anything. I'm not 100% sure. I might set it up so that I can, turn off something if I have to, but I don't know what that would be. But monitoring temperature, pH, things like that, and some very, very basic things that I can keep track of, yeah, that's really appealing to me. So I have to kind of explore what it can do and what I'm willing to let it do. And the price point was also far more appealing to me. It was, less than half of what an Apex would cost, just a basic one. So I feel I can give it a try without spending a whole crap ton of money and then regretting it. So we'll see how it goes. I still haven't hooked it up. And ATF in the house says tiger conchs for cyano on the sand bed. They clean it up. I think seraph snails. And
Yeah,
Marcus Aerolis also is talking about seraphs, but you need a lot of them.
Aren't those the little ones?
Tiny ones.
Yeah, they're pointy.
Yep. I've
Marcus
seen it,
is-
but I haven't seen it in my local fish store. They only had
Yeah.
the tortoise snail, the chestnut snail available. At least 3 of my
Yeah.
local stores they have that, so that's the only thing I purchased.
Well,
Um,
around here, snails are really seasonal,
Yikes! Yeah,
so you can only
Sp-
get them certain times of the year.
yeah,
That's
and I'm sure in Manhattan, there's some few more snails out there, but
Yeah,
I haven't gone out to the New York City itself.
yeah,
Um, I'm hoping that my cleanup crew will fix the problem.
yeah. Hey, Marcus, he says he always said I don't want or need a controller, but it would be nice to get a notification if something isn't right. Yeah, exactly. And then he said, at least the hydros passed the sniff test. Yeah.
I don't know about the hydros. I had a bad experience. Well, that's with Coral View, right?
Yep.
Yeah, I had a problem with that on one of my videos with the protein skimmer. They gave me a long period of time to troubleshoot and it was never fixed. And
Mm-hmm.
ever since that day, customer service just turned me off, and I've never
Yep.
bought anything from them.
Yeah, it's funny, it's something I've heard about them before, and I've reached the point in this hobby where I do a lot of research before I buy something, and if I feel like the piece of equipment will do what I need it to, I buy it fully understanding that I'm taking a chance.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I agree.
Oh, here's MB Reef. Let's bring MB Reef in. Hey
Hello.
there. How are you?
Good, good, good.
Good. I really do apologize for making you wait so long. I completely forgot.
No, that's okay.
Anyhow, so Benny, hopefully you can get this under control and
Yep,
turn it
yep.
around a little bit.
Hopefully in time for Reefapalooza,
Yep.
and if not, then we'll have to reconsider until maybe it's time to take a quick break. It's like a cigarette, you can't stop.
Yeah.
Once you
Yeah.
smoke or once you start drinking red wine, you can't stop. You gotta have that red wine. You gotta,
Yeah.
every night. One glass puts you to
Yeah.
sleep.
Well, you'll know. As soon as you decide, you'll know if it's the right
Yeah,
decision.
yeah. I'm definitely gonna miss him, but we'll see. Hopefully, be positive, and hopefully, I can get this under control.
Mm-hmm.
And if not, maybe a restart, reboot, refresh
Yep.
would definitely, help. Nothing wrong with just gathering up together and
Yep.
thinking about it. We'll see.
Oh yeah.
We'll
Yeah.
see how it goes.
Well, I always figure, when you're kind of faced with a crossroads, if you know what your options are and you know that it's not going to be permanent. I mean, I'm going to be 65 next year. My years are limited for how long I can carry out this hobby, just the physicality of it. And so this big tank, I'm hoping to get a good 5 years of enjoyment out of it. And then I have to start planning on how I'm going to give it up. And we'll see. We'll see what happens. But when you're, young, I really wish I had gone on to this when I was a lot younger, but I didn't. And this is what we have. I've 11 years experience, and I might end up with 16 by the time I have to give it up. But if you can get yourself 20 years experience, you'll have gone through what you're going through now
Yeah,
and figure it out more than once. I mean, even me in the last 5 years, I've gone through so many crashes and I've learned from each one of them. And now I'm hoping to put all that knowledge to use. So sometimes I think you have to go through those ups and downs to gain what you need from it,
Yep. You gotta chip and fall before and get up.
Yeah.
That's the only way. That's
Yeah.
We'll see. We'll see. I'm hoping for the best, and figure out
Yep.
what to do, and that's it.
Yep.
But I think the best thing for me at the moment is just leave it the way it is,
Mhm.
and then when I had to move, it won't be a pain
Yep.
to carry things over.
Hmm.
And just like you, when you have your nice little cot,
Mm-hmm.
and maybe set up 120 once I
Yeah.
have that little cottage.
Yep. Exactly.
It'd be nice. At least
Yeah.
I still have the major equipment that makes everything spin.
Yep.
Yeah, and it'll cost you way more to replace it. I mean, even if technology has changed and things have advanced because of how fast they move, you'll still have the basics. So you could wake up one Saturday and go, you know what? I feel like setting up my reef tank again, and you could do it because you have everything.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
always a game.
Yep. Yep.
Oh, looks like we lost what's his face.
We lost Benny. Oh, hey, MB Reef. ATF in the house is saying, whoa, nice tank, MB. I don't like this view. There, that's better.
All right, I'm gonna say toodaloos.
Okie doke.
I just got my 15%.
Oh, dear.
Yeah.
Well, thanks for coming by, Aaron.
Next time I'll hop in sooner.
Okay,
I always enjoy this.
cool.
Thank you.
Thanks for spending the time. Good night.
Good night.
There's Benny again. Let's bring him back in here.
Yeah, sorry about that. I got disconnected. I'm not sure what happened,
Oh,
but
weird.
for some reason the Safari just got kicked out.
Oh,
It only
weird.
works in Safari, huh? It doesn't work with Google Chrome when it comes to mobile devices.
I don't know because I'm always on the computer on the
Yeah.
Mac, and I'm on Chrome right now on the Mac.
Ah, I
So
see.
I'm not using Safari. I sometimes wonder if, I mean, it even says Firefox and it says the most recent edition, and you must use Safari, but I
Yeah.
always use Chrome.
Yeah, when I tried
So,
in Chrome on the mobile device, iPhone, it won't let me. I have to copy the link, transfer
okay.
over to Safari,
Mhm.
and then get it connected.
So that must be true. You still have to use Safari for
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
Yeah. One Golf Jones. I hear ya. I'll be 65 August 13th. Yeah. Yeah, time goes by. You can't believe. Okay.
Very
what more
nice tank,
comments?
MB Reef. I love it.
Looks
Wow,
beautiful.
colorful.
Thank you, thank you.
But Cindy, I'm gonna cut it short. I'm gonna just be in the background watching.
Okay.
I'm gonna do a couple of stuff before I hit the hay.
Oh my God. I was just going to say, hit the hay, and you said it.
There you go.
Oh, that's pretty scary. All right. Well,
All
take
right.
it easy, Benny. Stay
Maybe
in
we'll-
touch. Let us
will
know
do.
what you're doing. Yeah.
I will. I'll keep it posted. Thanks so
Yeah.
much for having me.
Yeah. Let us know how the tank goes.
Will do.
Sure.
Have a good night. All right.
Okay.
Bye.
Bye. So, MB, I'm just reading the chat here and talking about controllers. Mark Teffer loves the Apex because it keeps logs of levels, but I can see when things change and what might coincide with said change. Yeah, that's a good point. And Marcus says, Greg Carroll says he loves his hydros. Monitoring is all I would want. Yeah. Yeah, I just have this thing where I don't want to give up control. Yeah. And Shornsky says, nice tank, MB.
Thank you, thank you.
Oh, yeah, nice tank, MB. Mostly. So, give us a little tour. Have you got anything new in here, or?
Yes, I get this fabia right here just today.
Ooh. Oh boy,
Yeah, that's the huge one.
beautiful.
Yeah, I get it for cheap too. So, and then I have the bubble tips anemones. That's new.
Oh, okay.
The whole row covered with. I have 8 anemones there.
Wow.
Yes. So I get that for good price too. So yeah. This mushroom right here is they new.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know. They don't when they sell it to me. They don't know the name, so I don't know what kind they are.
Well, that means you have to give it your own name.
Yeah, my
what
own
you
name.
want to call it. Yeah.
So the Christmas tree right here.
Hmm.
So it's white and brown. So I don't. that right now is not the white spot out.
Huh.
Um,
And you know
this-
what else is cool about this tank?
yes.
Your Aquascape.
Oh yeah.
Because you have so many levels of stuff going on, and kind of all of those zoanthids cascading down there, and it just is beautiful. There's so much to look at.
Yes.
What size is this? I forget, MB.
It's 75.
75. Wow.
Yeah. It's a lot of stuff already, so I don't have no space for nothing else.
Yeah. So you say, but you came home with a coral today.
Yeah, so the elegant coral, I don't know, they acting up. I don't know what's going on. Sometimes they close, they be like that for a couple days, and then they came out again really
Yeah.
well. Yeah.
Huh. Yeah, sometimes I wonder if something irritates them.
Yeah. So
Looks
I
good.
don't know. Yeah, everything is all right. Like I told you before, I don't run anything special. So
Mm-hmm.
the
Yep.
lights is the black box lights, 20 gallon sump for 75.
Mm-hmm. That's good.
So
Well, I got a 265 gallon sump for a 300. I don't have the 300 part of it yet, but it's coming.
yeah.
So somebody's asking if you can show us a side view, if
The what?
you're a side view from the side of your tank,
Oh, the side view.
like from the end. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, wow. You can really see how full it is. Holy smokes.
Yeah, this is one side, and then
And you got anemones right up in the corner there too.
yes, and this is the other side.
Wow. And how many lights do you have on here?
Just two.
Just two, and the light seems to go right down the outside too, where you had those zoanthids on the right hand end there.
Yeah,
Cool.
just those two right here.
Yep. Looks good. Oh, there's a sailfin tang.
That's the selfing. I have two yellow and a scope tank. So
Nice.
I was having 9 times before, but
Phew.
I stay with 4.
What somebody's asking what type of lights? Like you said, they're black box.
Yes.
Are they a few years old, or did you just get them, or?
No. This one, the first one came out in the market.
Oh, okay, yeah, back in like 2015 or so.
Yes.
Yeah, that's when I got my D Sunnies
Yes.
in 2015. I love those lights.
Yes. They really good. So I don't change. I don't change to radium or to another light because I like those.
Yeah, and they're working for you.
Yeah. Yeah, they working perfectly fine.
Yep. Cool. Looks really good. And how long has this tank been running?
1 year.
1 year. I thought it wasn't very long. But you've been in the hobby for a while though, right?
Yes. I have.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I have like 8 years already.
Yeah. So you've had a few tanks before this.
I have a 90 gallon before, and this one, and before the 90, I was running a 36 gallon. So that was my first one, 36, and then I went up to 90.
Right.
Yes.
And then you went down to 75.
And then I went down to 75. I want to go up again to at least 180 or 220.
Make it count.
The space is limited, so I can't put another.
Yeah.
The only way I can do that is to take this one down and then in the same place put the other one. So that's kind of risky.
Yeah, that's called nightmare scenario.
Yes.
Digging with Cruzy says, very beautiful tank. Yeah, it really
Thank
is. Look, you still have space on the sand there. You could get more coral.
you. Right now, I have this in the side, so I can't. Yeah, I'm looking for those to sell it or to give it away to somebody.
Right.
So I don't
Yep.
have no space
Yeah.
at all.
Yeah, it reaches that point. I have corals right now that I could make frags,
Yeah.
but I don't even know where my fragging stuff is after I moved it all. I think I know where it is, but I'd have to go digging to find it. And with the pandemic, it's not as easy to take corals to the LFS because their customers have like the amount of sales they have has changed a little bit too because the people can't come in and look at the stuff right now.
Hmm. Yeah, that's true.
So we'll just have to wait. Wow, very nice. And what kind of protein skimmer do you have?
I have this one is this old one. This is the SWC.
Okay, yep.
Yeah, the one when they turn off, you have to blow to the holes to
Yeah.
get it back on.
And is that is that brand Simplicity? Is that who made that?
Yes, yes. I think they made it in Canada.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, I recognize that.
Yeah, but they don't make it no more. So
Yeah.
yeah, it's a good skimmer.
Yeah.
Keep everything really, really, really clean. So
Yeah.
it's big. The skimmer is to run up to 300 gallons. So
Oh boy.
it's very it's really big.
And
So
you know what? You just made a really good point about equipment. And I I don't really like doing maintenance on equipment, but I do it because I want it to perform well and last a long time.
yeah,
And I never put equipment away dirty. So if I have power heads I'm not going to use anymore, they get cleaned and they get put away clean.
yes,
And some of the stuff I've had for quite a while. And I think that's part of it, is because there's nothing worse than a power head that gets so gunked up, it's not even moving water anymore. You might as well unplug it,
hmm,
So I've had to really teach myself to stay on top of that stuff, even though it's not something I really enjoy.
yeah,
And I think that's something with keeping a reef tank too, to be successful and to get the most out of your equipment, you really do have to keep it clean
yes.
and well maintained. If you start seeing a problem, don't just let it ride until the thing stops working.
Hmm. That's true. I always keep my power heads clean. Sometimes people they have the power head full of the how you say that
The algae?
the algae and
Yep, yep.
so yeah,
Hmm.
I always clean it when I see they don't blow enough water.
Uh-huh.
I clean it
Yeah.
with my power heads.
Yep, because they're important, right? It's the
Yeah.
flow makes a huge difference.
Mm-hmm.
So Tony Close is asking, he's in the UK. Hey Tony, you're up okay early. He's asking how much time in a week do you spend on maintenance on this tank?
I only clean the glass. That's it. Yes. Even I have a feeder for my fishes, so sometimes I every 2 weeks I feed frozen food to the fish. So basically, I only clean the glass. I have my the the dozer and everything. So basically, the tank run by itself.
Nice.
Yeah, I don't like I told you I don't do water change at all.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So I have my refill pump with the osmosis water and everything.
Mm-hmm.
You know, every time the water go down, they refill by itself.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yep. Johnny Martinez says, MB, beautiful tank. Love it. It's so nice to see something so beautiful.
Yeah. So I keep my hands out of the tank. So
Yeah.
yeah, that's another thing that I don't, people sometimes, all the time they put in their hand inside the tank, moving stuff around.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's I let my tank to be, I let it be. Like,
Yeah.
I don't do a lot of stuff like that. Like,
Yeah. There's a guy in the UK, and I think his YouTube channel is Reef Community Worldwide, and his name is Paul. And he's kind of like that. If a branch gets broken off a coral, like an SPS or whatever, and it falls to the bottom, he just leaves it there. And he doesn't, and his tank's not messy, but he kind of looks at it as a natural thing where, whatever's going to live will live. And sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. And that way you kind of get to see the true relationship of the corals to each other in a way, because they'll meet each other and they'll fight.
yeah,
What you know what I mean?
right now I have this anemone right here. They was
Yeah.
moving to this side and they
It,
burned the this coral right here, the
yeah.
acro,
Yep.
and this one right here too.
Yep.
So, but I'm not gonna keep moving the stuff because the anemone moved to the other side, and then
Mm-hmm.
so I let it be. Stuff
Yep.
happens. So
Yeah. And is that a cabbage leather?
that's a
That
cabbage
it's
letter. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's a huge one.
That's a pretty one. It's got a lot of small leaves. Quite
Yeah,
pretty.
yeah.
Cool. I like that you got all the softies in there too.
Thanks.
The devil's hand and like the leather, cabbage leather, and
Oh, this one is this one right here.
yeah.
I have this another one here too. I have this right here.
Yeah.
They different. So it has the umbrella.
Yep.
My
The
thing
toad
is
the
umbrella.
toadstool or whatever.
Yeah.
Yep. Very nice. Hmm.
Okay.
Cool.
Charlie right here. Torches.
Yep.
Torches here.
Hmm.
Hammers.
And what power heads do you have on here?
Amazon Powerheads. And
It's
this is a G bow, so
Yep.
but I right now it's off because it's too powerful.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because look at
Some,
the water surface. It's really going there.
yes. Then sometimes I put it on, to just in case it's something, like nitrates and stuff like that in the rocks, extra
Yep.
food, something, to take it out,
Mhm.
and then I take it off again. I shut off the power heads.
Cool.
But this one they working all the time.
Hmm.
It's three there. It's a double one and a single one.
Are those I think I saw those on eBay. Are they a sun?
I don't know. I bought in Amazon. They have a magnet in the bag.
Oh yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Then it's like this mushroom. They came out from the other side.
Oh,
I leave it there. So these finger corals, the devil finger leather coral, they fall there. So I left it there, and they doing well.
yeah.
Yeah.
Cool. Just so much to look at. I love it. I love the lush wall to wall of color. MB, is that leather up at the top where the anemone is that a blue color?
Which one?
That one there? Is that a blue color, or is that just how the light makes it look? Is it got green in it?
The it's kind of blue. Yeah, the you say this one right here?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of blue and green in the side. It's
Oh,
like
okay.
both. Yeah, it's blue and green. You see the poly came out from the green.
Oh, it was Marcus Aurelius. He meant, is the power head blue? I'm sorry.
Oh no, the it's black.
It's black.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Marcus's Reef is asking if you have any critters in the sand that stir it up for you,
Any crater
like a conch snail or
I have
Necarius or anything like that?
yes. I have those. I just saw it. I just saw one somewhere. Yeah, I have the pistol tree too. That they move there. Look,
Yep.
he's moving the sand all over here. I have the conch snails.
Yep.
Um, I have the other one that when the light come on, they go inside the sand.
Yeah. Yeah, the Necarius snails, the zombie
Yes,
snails, they only come out when there's food. Yeah.
yes, yes.
And Digging with Cruzy's asking what kind of salt that you use, but you don't do water changes. But if you did water changes, if you had to replace some salt water, what kind of salt do you use?
Instant ocean.
Instant Ocean, yeah. Yeah, I think we talked about this last time you were here.
Yes, yes.
You know, and here's me going, you just said I don't do water changes, and I'm going, what kind of salt do you use?
I don't need it.
I'm such an airhead sometimes, honestly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But sometimes I have to put salt because I always, I have the refill osmosis water.
Yeah.
So I just put it. Basically, I put it in fresh water.
Mm.
So sometimes the salinity go down. So I have to
Yeah.
keep
Yeah.
that in track. You know.
Yeah, you have to be ready for that if it happens.
Yes.
Yeah, for sure.
Mm-hmm.
And even if you get a new fish and you acclimate it, you got to replace that water.
Yes. Yes.
Wow. So do you have some kind of a chair or, recliner or whatever in front of your tank here?
Basically, I sit in my where you put the hand in the sofa. I always sitting down there, like looking my tank.
Yeah. Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have a chair in my fish room. It's over here in the corner, and I'm just looking at the floor. It's about 2 feet away from that corner of the tank.
Yeah. And then
So I'm looking forward to that.
yeah, and another thing, I make my cabinet of my tank.
Ah,
I make it higher, so you don't have to bend down to look the tanks. When I
right.
standing up, right now I'm standing up,
Mm-hmm.
and then it's a straight. It's really big
Yeah.
the stand, so you can see it standing up. You don't have to bend down like
Yeah.
every stand you buy for fish tank. They kind of the low.
I totally agree. And I'm not super tall, but I really found it hard to constantly have to bend over to see anything.
Yeah.
And so my stand that's coming is 40 inches tall.
Yeah, that one is basically, yeah, I think it's 48. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's like almost 4 feet.
Yeah. And I mean, you have to bear in mind that if you need to do some work in the tank, you need to be able to reach.
Yes. So
So,
basically if I take the filter, you see I build the canopy all the way to the,
oh, yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. Oh, hey, good night, Johnny Martinez. I'm glad you could come by tonight. And it's always good to see you there in the chat. Louis and Held 180. Cindy, MB, is that mentality the same as water parameters, avoid changing numbers? Yeah.
Yeah, basically that's it.
Yeah. So what are your plans? Do you have any plans for this tank going forward? As I mean, I see a lot of coral on the sand bed that has potential to grow and get bigger.
Yes.
So
Yes.
are you going to just let it all fill in, or is that where you're going to have your reason to go to a bigger
I think
tank?
I think I have to upgrade sooner or later.
Yeah. Don't we all?
Yeah. So
Yep.
basically, this right here, it was really small,
Mm.
and it's growing like crazy.
Oh yeah,
This
I can see it spreading out. Cool.
yes, this blast off, it was one head,
Uh-huh.
and then it's growing faster too. So this other blast off is growing one head in the side. So basically, they doing good.
I like blastos. Once they're happy, they really grow fast.
Yeah, yeah.
Someone's asking, Mark Teffer's asking if the top and the bottom of the stand is connected.
No,
No.
you can take it separately.
Ah,
Yeah, I build the bottom part, then I put the tank, and then I build the top part.
hmm. So the top part's attached to the ceiling?
No,
Oh,
It's in top of the tank.
so it's resting on it. I gotcha. Yeah,
Yeah.
cool. That valley of zoanthids in the middle there. Wow.
Oh yeah.
Oh, have you got a gorgonian in there too?
Yes, it's right there.
Yeah. Huh.
In the with the other with the white light, they pop out really nice.
Yeah. Filipino reefer. Hope next time I join my tank is up to par. You know what, Benny? What you're doing and what you're going through is no different than most people go through regularly. We just never hear about it.
Yeah,
And honestly, it's good to hear about it because you know that when it happens to you, it's not just happening to you.
yeah, that happened to me now not too long ago. But
Oh yeah?
yeah, I don't lost any coral. So, but I lost a lot of fishes.
Oh.
Yeah, I was having 9 tanks here in this tank,
Yeah, yep.
and then basically I stayed with 4. I lost the Coral Beauty. I lost the Scooter Blenny. I lost a black this Black Knight Clown.
Hmm.
I lost on 3 Antias. But I lost a lot of fishes, but my tank was full. So basically, I went through to that, and then like what I say in what I put in the comments, I put my temperature. I raised it to 80. Look,
Mm-hmm.
watching the core obviously,
Oh yeah.
and then the ink went out and everything. My fishes, there was not stress no more. I saved my 2 yellow tanks.
Mm-hmm.
That was
Yep.
the main thing. Oh, I lost a purple tank. I lost a naso tank. I
Mm.
lost a hippo tank. It was crazy. It
Yeah.
was day by day. One fish
Oh,
dead.
that's too bad.
Yeah, I lost a lot. But you don't have to stress out about it. You have to keep calm. You know, um, and be how you say, like be patient,
Patient.
patient,
Yeah,
patient.
yeah,
Yeah, because sometimes people they get crazy and they don't want to know anything about the hobby. You know,
yeah.
stuff happen. Stuff happens.
It does. And you know, the other thing is when you see something happen and bad things happen fast,
Yeah.
you panic
Yeah.
and you don't always make the right decisions. And that happens to me. I panic, and I've learned to take a step back and just watch it and see what else is happening, and
Hmm.
and not just react to one thing, but look at the whole thing and see if I can figure it out.
Yeah, and then if you start putting stuff inside the tank, you make it worse. You know,
Yeah.
because
Yeah.
people they get crazy. Oh, I'm gonna lost my coral. Blah 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 blah. Oh, somebody told me to use this, and somebody
Mhm.
else I see a video that they use that, and
Yeah.
and they start putting stuff, and they make it worse. You know,
Yeah. And you
and
totally can see why, because there isn't always enough information to understand that you're using three products that do the same thing,
yeah,
and that's where you can run into trouble. And
yeah,
it's at the expense of our livestock that we learn this.
hmm,
Yeah, crazy, man.
I see somebody that was using nopples like crazy in the tank, and one day he used. I think they overdosed the
Mm.
tank with nopples, and then when he came back in the night, all the fishes were dead, and
Oh no.
shrimps and everything. That was crazy.
I see your mandarin
Oh,
on the
that's a
bottom there.
dragon egg. Yeah, that's a
Oh, the
dragon egg.
dragon. Oh, is it? Is it a red one?
No, this one is brown and white.
Oh, cute.
Yeah.
He's looking for food. Oh, hey, Anirudh. Anirudh Y is here. Emmanuel D says, oh, yeah, in 6 years of reefing, lots of ups and downs, going fallow with one tank at the moment because of flukes and ick. Ugh. Digging with Cruzy. My aquarium goes slowly. I'm running out of lies to tell the wife. You shouldn't have to lie to the wife. I know it happens, but yeah, we all face something at one time or another. That's Marcus. Chili Will's Reef. I've been thinking about starting up my 90-gallon, but I only want to have one kind of coral. What would you recommend? Oh man, you know what what would be really nice? Yeah, Marcus Airless says GSP. I would pick a really nice encrusting Cyphastria. Something like a party crasher, or one of the ones in, like, even a meteor shower, that turquoise with red. And because it grows all over the rocks and it looks really pretty. That's what I would get. Or like you're showing us a Favia here, MB.
Huh?
A colorful Favia, if that's the only coral you had, you get a lot of bang for your buck when you use those colorful encrusting corals, right?
Yes.
Yeah,
You have one of these in the tank.
I do. I have several. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I don't find, I mean, they do have sweeper tentacles, but they're not super long.
No.
They're about maybe an inch long.
I never see that one like that long.
Hmm.
They always like this kind of small. You can see it right there.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah, I don't know if when I turn off the light they come out or what,
Yeah.
but I always see it like that.
Yeah. Oh, well, just wait. Someone will move in next door and then you'll find out. That's it.
Yeah.
You got empty space there. You could put something there, put it close, and then you'll see them, right?
I'm gonna
Oh,
try.
yes.
I'm gonna put a torch in the side.
Yeah, exactly. And then let them fight it out. MB, is that a gold chalice that you have above and to the right of the war coral? If you go up a little, you've got a hammer or something right there. Go over to the right. Oh, no, other way. Other way. Okay, that gold right in the middle there.
This
Go a little left. No, left on the rocks. That.
this one right here.
Yeah. What is that?
That's the same one like this one, but different color.
Oh, it's a leptastria. Okay.
Yeah,
That's cool.
yeah. That one is kind of more orange.
Nice. Oh yeah, somebody's saying if you had only one coral, zinnia. You know what? Yeah, because then you don't care if it spreads all over the tank. And it's not going to climb on everything and kill it because it's
Yeah.
the only one you have, right?
Yep.
Zinnias are really cool.
Oh, the zinnias. I take out zinnias, so that's the only a little bit that I have.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I was having a lot. Oh, I have more behind the hammers right here.
Hmm. Yeah,
So
one thing
this,
I learned about zinnia is that it climbs up and it keeps climbing up and up and up until it can't get any higher.
yeah. So this is the Charlie right here. This is another one. That's the watermelon one.
Oh, nice. Oh, hey, Emmanuel D. Good night. Thanks for coming by. You spent a lot of time with us, and I appreciate that time. So, looking forward to seeing you back in future. It's cool. Thanks for coming. And you have a toxic candy cane right there, a
Yes.
colastria. Yeah.
This
Wow.
this one was one head, and then they split a lot, and the gunny in the back.
Yeah. He looks happy.
Yeah.
Oh, so Chili Wills has already had a tank full of zinnia and a tank full of red mushrooms and thinking of something different. Yeah, I guess it depends too if you're looking for like what you're looking for, what you enjoy seeing. Because zinnia, there'd be a lot of movement, and mushrooms, there'd be some movement. GSP, there'd be a lot of really cool movement because of how it reacts to the flow when it waves. You wouldn't get a lot of movement with encrusting corals like Cyphastria. You just get a lot of color. Good night, Skinner JW. Thanks for coming by. Marcus's Reef says lots of times hitting issues with a hammer fix is much more harsh on corals than gradually getting things back under control. Yeah, you know, Marcus, and that's I think you hit the nail on the head there because that's kind of what I think the point to make is it can take months to get things back on track. But if you do it slowly, you're far less likely to have catastrophic losses because it's all a matter of adaptation. And if things can adapt slowly to the changes you make, they won't die. But if you dramatically change something, you don't know what effect that has on a specific coral or corals. They just might not be able to tolerate it, and that's when you start losing things.
That's true.
Yeah. So what's the most challenging coral you've come across? What's the hardest one for you to keep?
Um, these two guys right here behind the, I think that's the Sonic Delight, something like that. The swords.
Yeah.
Those two heads right there in the bottom of the.
Okay. Yeah. Under the green branching, looks like a
Yes,
digitata, maybe.
yes. So I have those for long time, and they don't. They get only two heads, so I don't. I don't know why they so slow. I don't see any head on that one. So I bought it two heads, and they stay like that. They don't split. They don't do anything, and
That's
they really
funny.
really nice.
Yeah.
But
Oh,
sometimes they close and sometimes they really open. It's a SOA, so the
yeah.
other SOA they happy they split a lot. Like this one right here, there was like one poly. Basically, all the SOA they was one poly, and
Yeah.
they split it. They grow more. That's the bambans right here.
Yeah.
Um,
Beautiful.
yeah,
Well, I mean, I guess, I have read that some zoanthus need different conditions than others. Like some actually like lower light, or maybe he's too close to something.
Yes, but basically I move it around.
Oh, okay.
In the better place they was doing good in is in that place.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
So you've already done that.
Yeah.
Crazy, man.
That's the granite poly. They call it like that. The big
Hmm.
poly, that one right there under
Yep.
the that one is a challenge too. Some they don't
Hmm.
split too fast.
Yeah.
Yeah. Um, Let me see what else was a challenge for me. The hammers. I don't know why the hammers they don't come out all over. I see the Hector the hammer Hector hat.
Yep.
Um, and I asked him what you do for the hammer because mine they don't want it come out like that. You know, he had one they look like a tree.
Hmm. Yep.
It's really really nice.
It is. I really like it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but you know they hang in there. So
Okay, Mark Teffer. Thanks for coming by. I'm glad you could come. A bit late here. I'll definitely be back again. Maybe someday I'll be brave enough to share my tank like all you. They look amazing and gives me goals to strive for. That's a really nice compliment, and it's true. That's what's so great about seeing other people's tanks, because you know what's possible, especially when you hear how they manage their stuff.
yeah,
And it doesn't all have to be all kinds of money spent and complicated, and it's husbandry. It's looking after what you have and being careful with it.
yeah.
So thanks for spending the time, Mark. I appreciate it.
And I have everything simple. You know, I don't have apes. I don't have anything like that. You know.
Yeah. Yeah.
Uh,
No, and it was a big jump for me to look at getting a hydros, but with the sump in the basement, even now I only go down about 2 times a day, and I feel like I should be uh, paying more attention to it.
yeah.
So if I have something that tells me, if something goes wrong,
Hmm.
then I won't it's always on my mind.
Yeah.
So we'll see. We'll see if it actually, we'll see if it improves things. I really don't know.
You know why I don't like about those kind of stuff
Yeah.
because if you go to vacation, you don't
Hmm.
enjoy the vacation thinking about what's going on in your tank.
Hmm. Hmm. I know. And the crazy thing is, it's like, if you don't know what's happening, if you don't know something is happening that you can't do anything about anyway, you'll still at least enjoy your vacation. But if you find out about something that you can't do anything about, you're just going to be worried the whole time. Yeah, no, I totally agree.
I gotta go home because it's something wrong with my tank. Like,
I
oh,
know,
come
right?
on.
Yeah, exactly. Oh boy. Yep. Digging with Cruzy says, I have 2 hobbies, saltwater aquarium and metal detecting. So everything I find detecting, I buy things for my aquarium. Well, that seems fair.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh yeah.
So, like right now, I have to. I'm going in vacation in July
Hmm.
for 2 weeks.
Oh, yep.
So, I have my feeder already. So
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
was running the feeder for like what 2 months already. So everything is the fishes they used to it already. So
Yeah.
it's not a change for them. So
You know it's working.
yeah, it's working. Everything is working. They fine. They eating good. Um, my my levels my parameter levels, my phosphate, everything is on time. So I don't have to be worrying about anything.
Yeah.
The only thing that I worry is the light go off my skimmer, I has to blow it to to the hose to put it work again. So
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
the only thing concern me.
Yeah. Well, have you tried running your tank without the skimmer for 2
Yes,
weeks to see what happens?
yes, I run it like for 5 days, and everything was fine.
Yeah.
So the water was kind of a little bit dirty, but it was nothing crazy.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, because it's so simple, there are very few things that can go wrong. And I guess the only single point of failure would be if your pump shut off.
Yeah. So I have another skimmer that I was thinking to put it in.
Hmm.
Yeah, but I'm not sure yet. I have
Yeah,
it.
it's one of those things they say, like the worst thing you can possibly do is do something different the night before you leave.
Yes, 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 yes. So I don't want to do that. I want
No.
everything the same way because yeah, I'm a kind of person that I try when I try something. I try for long term. So like that,
Yep.
I know what's going on. What's going on.
Yeah. Yeah, not a lot of changes. And when you do make a change, it's for a reason and you observe it and make sure it's all good. Yeah.
Yeah. So I want to see if I can get let me, the view from the top of the tank. Let me get my ladder right here. Okay.
Oh, you got a glass Euro brace.
Give it a minute. Give me a second. Let me turn off the pump.
That sailfin tank can't figure out what the heck you're doing.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. That looks beautiful. Is that zoanthid growing up the glass at the back? The green one?
Which one?
The green one right there?
Yes.
Oh, cool. It's growing up your overflow.
Yep.
Neat. There's anemone land up in the
Yeah, that's
corner.
anomaly land. They like to move, but I always watching it to not move too much.
Yeah. See, and that, I guess that's the wild card for vacation.
Yeah.
They might decide they should go on vacation to the other side of the tank.
Yeah. So basically, they happy there. They don't, they move around the rock. They don't
Yep.
in this area. They don't move anywhere out. So, yeah,
Nice.
I always keeping track of those.
Yeah. Yeah, you have to. They can do a lot of damage.
Yes.
Hmm.
It's enough with this one right here.
Yeah, no kidding. But I wonder if the cabbage leather is kind of keeping it under control.
Yeah. Basically, when she go in the cabbage coral, she stay there for a long. I don't know. Something make her move to the other side.
Hmm.
That's why they was touching the acro and the other one right
Hmm.
here. But basically, she stay in this area right here.
Huh.
Yeah.
Interesting. So because you have all the softies in here, do you use carbon?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. I use carbon. I use um the ceramic. How you say that?
Oh, Cyperax?
Yes.
Yeah,
I have the bio balls too.
the bioballs, yeah.
Yeah.
That stuff's great.
Yes. I keep it simple.
Yeah. That Cyperax is quite like it was developed, I don't know, 30 years ago or something. And everybody used to use it back then because I think it was one of the first types of media that were specifically designed to host bacteria. And it kind of went away or it got replaced with all the other stuff that's come out recently, but now it's making a comeback.
Yep.
Nice.
So my phone is dying. It's in 10%. So
And it's funny you should say that because I was just looking at the clock and it's midnight and I was going to say that I should probably call it a night.
yeah,
But you know,
my light is supposed to be off, but I
yeah.
left it on.
Well, I appreciate that, and I'm so glad you came in because it's such a pleasure to see something like this, and it is inspiring, especially knowing that it's simple and you know
Yeah.
goals. Hashtag goals. Yeah, Marcus's Reef says no changes for at least a week or two before leaving town. Oh yeah,
Yeah,
definitely.
yeah. I'm not gonna do anything to it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm gonna
Cool.
keep it just like it is right now.
Yeah. Yep. Well, it's working.
Yeah, it's working.
Nice. I love it. Well, thanks for coming on. This has been really good. Shornsky saying good night, and thanks to everybody in the chat as well because it's been great having all the questions and comments. And I hope I didn't miss anybody. And if I did, my apologies. Sometimes I get behind or I get caught up in what's going on the screen, and I don't always pay attention. So yeah, it's been a great night, and I hope you'll all come back next week. And thanks, MB.
You're welcome.
It was great to see you again.
Thanks.
And good night, everybody.
Good night.